All right, let's see what's on.
But that's not all. The Switch 2 attaches controllers with electromagnetic technology.
Cool.
4K raw power.
Do you struggle with unexpected movements? Shut up! You may be.
It's been a long time, Game Bird Classic.
Papa?
Sure. What is bothering you, my child?
It's just, tonight's the Nintenbyte Podcast, and I have nothing to wear, and I'm scared.
But child, the Nintenbyte Podcast unleashed a new line of merch, including sick t-shirts.
Really?
Here, I'll show you. Gaze into the power! The future is now. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're unleashing the brand new Nintenbyte Podcast merch.
So rad. Nintenbyte rules.
Introducing the Nintenbyte Podcast shirt. Each shirt is made with 100% farm fresh carrot fibers.
Carrot.
We turned a carrot into a shirt. But that's not all. Presenting the Nintenbyte piped glass for all you milk lovers. Nintenbyte offers a variety of merch. And never miss the mark.
I'm Nintendo Prime. I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Game Bird Classic.
So order now while your body is ready.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast. I love that intro every time. Season 2, episode 19. Don't worry, guys. There's an actual new intro in the works. We'll see if it hits on the target date when we plan, but we'll see what happens. It's pretty wild right now. That's all I'm gonna say. I've only seen like 2 seconds of an idea for it, and it was already great. So recorded some footage for it. Game Bird is cooking. It's cooking.
I'm cooking, baby.
So we'll see. It'll be sick if we make it to that Switch launch like we're hoping. For those who don't know, our podcast for the week of the Nintendo Switch 2 launch, guys, is on that Thursday instead of on that Wednesday because we're doing midnight launch stuff. So that's why. But the hope is that we have it debuted for that day, but we'll see. Obviously, no pressure, Game Bird. No pressure. There's no deadlines or anything here.
There's a lot of pressure, but deadline or not.
The funny thing is he watches the chat respond and get hyped to this thing every single week. And he's like, God, you guys are putting the pressure on me so much for this intro. Thousands see this every week, Game Bird. Thousands.
Dude, every time I start editing it, I'm like, is this as good as the other one? Shit.
Anyway. All right, we got a jam-packed show for you guys today. We have 3 topics and plus a little dealer's choice in there. I'm still not fully back in my mode yet from PAX East. It's been a lot to get things back up and running. Then the first normal day I have here today, boom, power outage, and then boom, YouTube taking 6 hours to approve a video. So, it's just one of those days today. That being said, let's go ahead and introduce our guests. We have Sumbro Nation back. How's it going?
What's up, guys? Happy to be here. Thanks for having me back. I don't think I've talked to you guys since the Switch 2 Direct, so that's pretty exciting. It's been a while, so I'm happy to be back.
Everyone else's podcast, just not ours.
My bad, man. I was making the rounds, but hey, I'm happy to kick it again on Nintenbyte. So yeah, we got plenty of good stuff to dive into.
At least you're getting invited on those shows. I don't get invited anywhere. So
it's been fun. It's been fun to go, meet some other content creators and stuff, and so always enjoy it. Always enjoy a good time talking about gaming.
All right, then we got Deacon Sandstorm McDowell.
Yo. Appreciate another time on here with you guys. The last time was monotony after the show. We were all freaking out.
That was pre-order night. That was a little nuts having podcast night the same night as pre-orders. Oh man. Welcome, Black. Always happy to have you here. We got our Spice Lord, Eric Moore.
Yellow. Yep.
That's right.
Yep.
Then we got Game Bird Classic.
What is up? So happy to be here. Hey, praise the sun. We got the Sunbro Nation here today, and we're going to take a trip down Fury Road with the Sandstorm himself. Excited to have you guys on the show and talk some Nintendo. We got some good stuff.
Then we got Thunderstash Gaming.
Hell yeah.
What's up, guys?
Best
Busy week
in the biz.
Then he was just chilling back, and I'm like, dude, he's got the Star Tropic shirt. I can't even focus anymore.
True story. Kurt Russell
based
his mustache off of Stash Man's.
I believe it.
Yeah, you weren't supposed to tell anybody that. It's embarrassing, man. I don't want anyone to know that.
The truth is out.
All right, then you guys got me Nintendo Prime. You guys know what's up. I've been doing this a long time. All right, let's go ahead and get to our topic roulette. I already forgot what the topics were, and I just got finalized them like 40 minutes ago. So let's go to let's have Game Bird Classic go first today.
Let's do Jesus, so many good ones. I'll take NBC Universal gave updates on the upcoming movie projects that they have and talked about Super Mario World coming out in April of next year.
Yeah, the news there being that it's Super Mario World. So, well, that'll be a fun topic. Still haven't even talked about it on my channel, so I'm really excited for that one. I don't know why it was going to make it in today's video, and then everything got borked, and I just put up a spec video instead. Because that also happens. So there's just a lot going on, isn't it, dude? Sombro, isn't it crazy, dude? Every day there's like 7 news stories. This is awesome.
Dude, I don't know how I'm gonna go back to making regular 1-2 topic videos.
Right?
I've forgotten at this point, because since Switch 2 Direct, I think almost every video has been 15 to 20 minutes, and it's been 5 to 7 topics, like maybe 10 in certain ones. That's crazy, dude.
I attempted today to do just the spec only video, and even then I still snuck in 2 more stories that kind of are related. I'm like, I can't. There's just too much going on.
Yep. And I've even switched up some of the format for my recording, because I would used to clip out all the article things and kind of have them zoom in slowly as I'm reading them. I don't do that. I just throw my camera up on there and read through it in real time, because there's that much to get through. Yeah. It would be too much editing otherwise. Yeah,
it's a nightmare, but a good nightmare.
Oh, I would take this any day to what the situation we were in before. You know,
you want to go back to 2024?
No,
summer of 2024 especially.
Yeah, get me out of there.
All right, so that's a good topic to start with. Let's go to the Stash Man.
I'll take all of Nintendo's new policies.
Oh,
fun
we got a spicy topic. Again, I mean, this is kind of oh man, 2 of the topics could arguably be what the title's about having some concerns. So that's a spicy one, man. People are, I'm getting shit on left and right over this. What else is new? All right, Eric.
Man, do I leave you at the dealer's choice? Because you thought of everything else.
Well, I get some credit. There was a little bit of group effort on this stuff. Yeah, I wanted to get Stash's idea in there, and then I'm like, I don't have time to even make notes for that topic right now.
I get you. Well, I guess we can go with the full specs and power of Switch 2 revealed.
God fucking damn it. I mean, usually with the dealer's choice.
If we get to that point, and you want to take that one,
it's
go
okay.
for it.
It's okay. At least we with dealer's choice. I have no idea what I'm going to talk about, and that's okay. I guess that's for me to figure out. That's part of the fun, right? All right, Game Turd Classic. What are we talking about, buddy?
Let's dive in. So, NBC Universal gave updates on their upcoming movie projects, and it seems that the name and release time of the next Mario Brothers movie had been leaked. They've since removed it, but what we did see is that it's set to come out April of next year, and it had the title of Super Mario World. To this point, we had no news beyond a target theater release date. And they've, like I said, they've updated the post to remove that information. So talking points for this one for you guys. Do we like the name and the direction? Do we think that this means that Yoshi's going to be a character in the movie, perhaps have a big role? And will DK still be featured in this one? What are your guys' initial thoughts? Let's start with Sunbro.
Let's go. I'm ready for this. I'm glad you asked me first. Okay, so the name 10 out of 10. I could not, for nostalgia reasons, obviously, but this was SNES for me was what cemented me as a gamer. It was the first console that we ever owned. My aunt and grandma had like a NES that I kind of played through, but the SNES was the first console in my household that it was a gift from my grandma to us for Christmas. So that was a big deal. Super Mario World being one of the biggest first platformers I ever played, and absolutely fell in love with the Mario franchise over that game specifically. So that one for me is just huge, and to have it named that and see to answer the question about Yoshi, like obviously, and this is spoiler for anybody who hasn't. I mean, who's watching this that hasn't seen the original the new Super Mario Bros. Movie or the original? Because we're talking about the sequel, obviously here. But anyway, the closer of the credits, the post credits scene is a Yoshi egg. So we got a little teaser for Yoshi, but this is going to be his big debut into the being a main role with Mario, and they're naming it this. And this also goes in line with Mario Kart World, like Nintendo's kind of throwing this world title out there again. I love it. Yeah, I think Super Mario World is the perfect title for this movie, and I will be there on whatever the actual date is, but I think April 2026. So I'm here for it, man. I just hope that it's got some twists and turns in the story we're not expecting. I'm sure it will. I think DK will return also. I think they're going to continue to cross promote that franchise as part of Mario 100%.
Totally.
But yeah, I'm all for it, and I don't think they could have picked a better. I mean, for me, they could not have picked a better name if we do indeed, if this ends up being confirmed. But I think it is. It's one of those leaks that seems like it wasn't supposed to happen. Got pulled down afterwards because that was not supposed to get out there, but we found out early. So
absolutely, man. And I love that you mentioned like how important the Super Nintendo was for you growing up. For me, up until Switch, that was my favorite console of all time, period. And I've discussed on the podcast numerous times, Super Mario World is my favorite Mario game of all time, bar none. Like I think it's the best. So like you, 10 out of 10 on the name. I think it's brilliant. I hope it's not a tentative title that they change. Please keep it that. But let's jump over to our next guest. Sandstorm, thoughts on this?
So
how you feeling?
I agree too. 10 out of 10. There's some things that I'm gonna need for this movie when it comes out. First things first. They did the Nintendo thing, showed off the Super Mario, the little version of the Nintendo when it started off, the Nintendo thing. But I need that classic, like, Super Nintendo, like, bling, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nothing more. Just keep it nice and simple. Second thing is with this, I'm kind of wondering how this one's going to play out. Is it going to be, a baby Yoshi that got taken away and they got to go save a Yoshi? I do feel like Yoshi is going to be a prominent character in this movie. I'm very curious to how they're going to play that.
Question: Do you guys think we might see multiple Yoshis?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Mario World had the secret worlds, the different color Yoshis. You think there might be some secret worlds in this movie?
Mm-hmm. I think we're getting I think we're getting the whole shebang. The ironic thing is, and Sunbro actually kind of talked about his passion for Super Mario World, is I was a little bit younger, maybe about 7 or so, when I played Super Mario World, and I always started like the new game. My cousin was the dopest cousin ever. He would always leave one of the game slots for me for all of his games, and I would always start the game. Never ever get past the haunted house area because that music was like by far the most scariest music that you could ever play by yourself. Yeah, never played it once and was like, I'm just gonna keep starting it all over again. So it wasn't until I was older where I was brave enough to actually like beat that area and was like, actually, it really wasn't that bad. But but as far as the movie goes, yeah, I think we're gonna get like everything Yoshi. You know what I mean? Like I think we're going to see him spit out fireballs. I think they're gonna crack the joke about Mario and Luigi punching him in the back of the head to stick out his tongue. Like I think we're gonna get all of that. I think we're gonna get maybe a little soft picture of baby Yoshi or baby Mario with Yoshi to hint at that, Yoshi's Island piece. I think we're gonna get the whole thing. So, yeah.
Hell yeah. Stash Man, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I was very excited about the title.
Yeah.
Of course, for a variety of reasons, right? Some that I already mentioned, right? The nostalgia. The first thing I thought of immediately is that, okay, this is great because we know that the movie ends with Yoshi. And obviously, we've all known, right, that Yoshi's going to play a prominent role in the sequel. So Super Mario World makes sense since that was Mario and Yoshi's debut together. But I was thinking about it just from like a kind of big picture scale. If you look at it, it's like we got Mario Kart World. We had Super Mario 3D World. And we have Super Nintendo World. So we got to look at it like on a bigger scale. We got the theme park with the world in it. We have the Super Mario 3D World. We have Mario Kart World. And now we're having a movie called Super Mario World.
Yeah.
And so there's obviously something much bigger at play here. There's these dots are like very easy, right, to connect.
Branding with a purpose.
Exactly. And, I thought about it some more too, because this kind of ties into, I think, the movie and just it being Mario's 40th, right? And how big everything is going to be, like what my personal expectations are. And again, I know a lot of people don't think that we're going to get a Mario title this year. And whether we do or don't, it's coming. It's coming soon. That's all I guess that really matters. Right. But I thought about it in the sense that we're getting Donkey Kong in July, right? And if you look at the release calendar for this year, to me, that's the biggest game outside of Mario Kart. If you look at the first party titles. In no way has Nintendo ever released their flagship game for a year in July. It's always going to be in October or November. Prime is not the flagship game. It can't. It just can't be. It does not have that sort of power amongst the casual. There's only one title in my eyes that can come out this year, and that is a 3D Mario. It just makes sense because if there's no 3D Mario, then you take Donkey Kong from July and you move it to October or November. That's right. Think about it.
Mansion 4.
What's that?
You do Luigi's Mansion 4 instead.
Yeah, you can.
Do 3D Mario next year.
Yeah, totally.
Ooh, don't tease me. Don't tease me.
I guess we can say it makes sense to get a Mario title.
Yeah, sure. A big one. Like not like a spinoff, like a real Luigi's Mansion is now like a 10 million plus seller. I would consider that probably a big game for Nintendo. And then obviously 3D Mario is, based on Odyssey anyways. That game did numbers.
Check this out. We know the bundle ends for Mario Kart World in the fall, so pre-holiday season. So if we find out in September well, they'd probably have to announce it sooner than that. Let's say the June Direct, they announce it, but we don't get the release date. But they make the 3D Mario or the big Mario game their holiday title, but it's $80, and that's going to be a thing again. But they do a bundle because there's still so many early adopters, and instead of Mario Kart World, it's now the 3D Mario game, you know?
Yeah,
Which
and
would
then I'm
be
going to be
awesome.
depressed because I'm going to feel like I need another Switch 2 that's themed after
Hey,
Mario.
if it's not themed, I'm good. If they come out with a
Yeah,
themed console this
it's the
early
theme.
on, it'd be criminal. It'd
I
be
agree.
If
criminal.
they put overalls on the dock, I'm done.
If it's
That's all I want.
If
Look,
it's a
they
40th
always-
anniversson thing, I'm in. Like, I'm
Yep.
double dipping.
Oh my
Dude, if
gosh.
they come out with a theme system, guys, I'll just tell you right now, I'm giving away a used Switch 2 later this year.
Right. There you go.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are my thoughts.
Hell yeah.
So
Eric, what are you feeling about this, man?
Yeah.
And the Yoshi stuff, anything you expect or hoping for?
Man, I like the name. Obviously, I mean, I didn't play a lot of the game itself, but it's a freaking great game from what I did play of it. It's with, again, like everybody has said, we saw the ending with Yoshi, and so it's leading obviously into Yoshi being a big part of this one. As for and the question with Donkey Kong, I could almost see Donkey Kong being the ending credit thing on this one, leading into his own movie.
Yeah, I was curious about that too. Because you got to imagine they're planning a DK movie. They've got Seth Rogen as the voice actor. They've added the DK world to the theme park. They've got the big game. You gotta imagine they're planning some sort of tease to a separate adventure for the character. So I'm on board with you on that.
I'm kind of I wouldn't be surprised if he made, an appearance in the movie, but yeah, I could see something where they start teasing. Obviously, they're going to hopefully tease the next movie again, like they did with this one. So I'm kind of leaning towards that's kind of my thought on where they're going to go with that part of it. Is just that's where he's going to come into play, is in the ending credits and something to kick off a DK movie.
Yeah. How do you feel about the name? Or do you sold on the name?
Yeah, no, name's good. It fits obviously right into the Mario universe, so it'll be interesting to see how they tie the game into it, if they even do it at all. Just kind of seeing if they bring in different aspects of the game, things like that, the world itself, how they build that up. Yeah, it'll be I'm excited for it just because now we got something to go on now for the movie. It's kind of slowly building the hype, and it's like, all right, it's getting closer. Let's do this.
Hell
So,
yeah.
that's kind of where I'm at.
Nice. Primal. What are you raging about?
I'm not raging about this one. What I am though is happy. Look, Super Mario World until Mario Wonder. I go back and forth right now on which one was my favorite side-scrolling Mario game. But look, bottom line is Mario World's been one of my favorite Mario games pretty much my whole life, as far back as I can remember gaming. So the fact that they're doing it, one, look, we're gonna see Mario fly with a cape. That's pretty badass. We're obviously
cool.
Yoshi, maybe we should have saw this coming after the Yoshi tease at the end of the Mario movie. It was kind of like, they're teasing Yoshi. But some people were like, they're going to go in a Yoshi's Island direction. Well, before we worry about that, we got Mario World. Before we worry about that, that could be a whole new thing. They could do a Yoshi Island spinoff thing and do some crazy stuff with that. But before we do that, we got to introduce Yoshi, and he was introduced in Mario World. So it's kind of cool that they're using the name of a game, because the first one was called the Super Mario movie. It's like, okay. One of the most unoriginal names you can come up with, but also just stupidly obvious, like Switch is and Switch 2. This is what it is. We're not going to pretend or come up with some clever name. Oh, now we're just going to call this Super Mario World. Again, it's not a clever name. They're just reusing something they've used before, but they know it's going to hit on the nostalgia. Everyone knows it's the second movie. It's interesting they're not going with numbers, because I kind of thought they might just go the new Super Mario Bros. Movie 2. I thought they might kind of go like the Despicable Me sort of route like that, but they didn't. Which means we can see some game titles come back, like the first Donkey Kong movie. I'm now kind of like, is it going to be like Donkey Kong Country the movie, or something like that, you know. So
I would go see Donkey Kong Country.
I would.
Yeah.
I would.
Absolutely.
yeah, right. So, I'm really excited for it. Obviously, don't know who's going to be voice acting Yoshi because that's a new character. So that's
Well,
gonna be
I actually want to ask you a question about that. I'm glad because I was going to actually mention this. I'm curious and this is for all of you guys, but Nate, I want you to finish before anyone else jumps in on this one. Do you guys think Yoshi's going to have a voice actor? Because I see there's two routes they could go with this. One, they could pick a great voice actor to give Yoshi personality and character, or they could do the cute companion route, which has been super successful for companies like Disney, where they've had Grogu and they've had all the little droids like BB-8 and R2 that have become these massive like fan favorites and toy sellers. Crypto in the new Superman movie is going to be huge for kids and people. Do you think they go that kind of tried and true cute lovey animal, or they're gonna voice this person or this character and give them a personality?
You mean like Yoshi, and that's it? Like that's how you get Yoshi?
Yeah, well, yeah. Or do you think he's gonna be like, "Hey Mario," I don't know, whatever the voice is.
I think he's going to be voice acted, because I think they can go places with like Yoshi's Island, and then obviously he stands out in all the spin-off games as his own unique character in the Mario parties and the Mario Karts. So I kind of feel like they gave voices to literally all the enemies. So why wouldn't they give voices to all the opposites of the enemies? They go all the Toads, all the individual Toads had different voices and stuff. And yeah, Toads talked in Mario games before. And I know Yoshi's always been kind of like that companion, but you could argue so is Luigi in some regards. So I kind of feel like they'll go with the full voice acting, just because Yoshi is a very beloved character. Lots of Mario fans love Yoshi. And the fact that there's the Yoshi Islands and there's different directions they can go in the future with Yoshi. That with him being voice acted could make a lot of sense. That's what I feel like on that. And then just to wrap up my thoughts on this movie in general, obviously we don't really know much of anything. Obviously, it just gives us a hint that we fly with the cape and Yoshi's in the movie. We already kind of thought Yoshi was going to be in the movie, so we still don't really know a whole lot. Clearly, I don't think the fact that it got taken down, Nintendo did not want this revealed this way. They wanted it revealed in the first trailer, probably, which might not be coming until September, which is perfect around the 40th anniversary. But maybe it comes sooner than that now because the name got out. I don't know. Maybe they drop it at the June Direct. But I will say I do think DK is probably in the movie. I think he's just they hired too big of a voice actor to not put him in every Mario movie. It's interesting that they're doing, because that's obviously different in the games because they went in different directions, right? They started out together and then they split off and did their own thing. But the Mario movie brought them back together. So I kind of feel like they're always going to kind of be together moving forward. Whether or not, he plays as big a role in this movie, that I don't know. It could be a smaller role, or maybe it's a major role. Maybe the gang is all together and it's Peach, Toad, Mario, Yoshi, Luigi, and DK, and that's the gang. And they're doing the adventure together, So
and they could always pull him out of the story in the movie where something comes up that pulls him out, and that kind of teases like, oh, is this gonna is where he's going gonna be the DK adventure that we get in the DK movie? They could always do something like that too.
Yeah. All I know is there's gonna be a ton of Easter eggs, and that's exciting.
Dude.
Oh
my gosh.
Literally.
I mean, I echo pretty much everything you guys are saying. I don't know why I was so shocked when I saw that leaked title. It's so on brand with how many Easter eggs were packed into that first movie, but still it was one of those things like, oh my God, they're going to call it Super Mario World. It was just so cool. And yeah, I keep thinking about all the Easter eggs from that first movie, how much love and care they went through the whole history of Mario, from its roots all the way up to Galaxy and Mario Kart and all that stuff. So really excited to see where else they pull from. Excited to see what they do with Yoshi. I think this is going to be a game changer for Yoshi. I feel like all these characters are starting to explode more in popularity. Obviously, DK is going to get a lot bigger with this new game. I see the same thing happening with Yoshi. I'm excited to see because of this movie, if they nail Yoshi, if they get a great voice actor, or if they make it just this brilliant, lovey companion that everyone just falls in love with, the popularity and the direction they'll go with the next Yoshi game is an exciting thing. But I think about like the Koopalings, like Ludwig and Izzy and Roy and all those characters, like the potential to introduce and the cool voice actors that they might get for those characters is really interesting. And then the big one, obviously, I think we're getting at least 3 of these movies. The big one that I keep wondering, are we getting Wario or Waluigi? Even if it's Mario World and it's kind of strongly based on that game, we know it's gonna pull from multiple games in the series. And dude, who knows? Maybe they get caught in a match in the movie of Mario Party or something, playing a board game. But yeah, I'm just curious if we're gonna see some Wario or Waluigi. What do you guys think about that one?
So let me answer the questions in order. So about the Yoshi piece. As much as I would like for him not to have a voice actor and just do all the cutesy Yoshi things, I think for kind of like Prime said, for ease of use and like his own movies and stuff like that, he's got to talk. He's got to have some words. Just like how we said Mario can't say "it's me" and do all this other silly stuff throughout the whole Mario movie, or it'll get annoying. Same thing with Yoshi. They did it with Pikachu. You just can't have Pikachu just through the whole movie being like Pika Pika. He's got to have some actual feeling to him. So I do think Yoshi is going to talk. I also think that we are probably going to get another Easter egg with him and Donkey Kong, and like Mario just like jumps on the back of Yoshi. And DK is like, "Where's mine at?" Kind of alluding to like Rambo and the rest of the other people that he jumps on the back of. So I think that's funny with maybe a box in the background, like that's yours. I do think that I don't think we're gonna get the Wario guys as of yet, but I hope and I pray that we get the Koopalings, because that's a whole lot of mess that has never been talked about. Like, where did these guys like really come from? You know what I mean? Like Peach.
Yeah, we're gonna find out about Bowser's ex-girlfriend. The one who left him so heartbroken, and why he's gunning for Peach now.
I'm always under the illusion that Peach is like, she's the worst of the worst. Like, low key, she is a really horrible person. Like Bowser is legit her boyfriend.
Every hardcore Peach fan.
And she loves to mess with that guy's mind. Like, she messes around with Bowser, and when it suits her, she's like, "I'm done with you. I got another man over here who swoons over me. Mario, how are you doing?" But Mario never gets any play. But then all the Koopalings are around, and you're like, these kids had to come from somewhere, from somebody, and you're the only female that we usually see. Are you not taking care of your kids? Are you not taking care of your kids because you want to play with Mario and have a good time? You just leave it to the man? So I would love to see the mess. I would love to see the mess.
Yeah, I love the idea of seeing like that dynamic between all of the Koopalings. And I will say, I want to add one last thing. I don't know about you guys, but my big hope for the after credits scene of this movie is Rosalina. Like, that's the tease. So it's Super Mario Bros. Movie, Super Mario World, and then it goes into the galaxy. We already had the oh my gosh, what are they called? The
Lumas?
The Lunas? Is that what they're called?
Luma, yeah.
Luma. There we go. Yeah, we already had the Luma.
Great character too. Just contemplating life, ready to, just
super dark in a kid's movie.
Loved
too.
it. Loved it. Yeah.
But yeah, that's really what I'm hoping for, because I don't think Rosalina gets enough love. I love seeing her in the Mario Karts and the Mario sports games and stuff like that. But I'd love to see her make a return. I think that'd be really cool.
Nice. We had a few super chat things in related to this topic here. First off, the Great Movie Wars hit. Yoshi is voiced by Chris Pratt.
Oh Lord!
If Chris Pratt could do any other voice other than himself, but he doesn't really have anything else. And then let's see. This was an actual question here from Demonic Brawler. He said, "Do y'all think Daisy and or Rosalina will be introduced in the movie?" So Rosalina was just brought up. Obviously, that would be a great.
That'd be huge,
especially to like tease the next movie. And then the Koopas. Yeah, we briefly brought them up. Because the first part of the movie ends where like Bowser's captured. So it would make sense if like the Koopalines or whatever come through to try to rescue their dad.
Yeah, they're like they become like his generals.
Yeah. Because like they weren't around the first time. Well, yeah, because he left them back home. And they're like, oh, we got to go get dad now because he's why the hell isn't he back by now?
He said he was gonna go pick us up our new mom, and he never returned.
Yeah, right.
You're really holding on to that thing.
I got to. It's crazy.
A minute.
Jerry.
Wasn't he trying to marry Pete? Wait a second. So where did they come from, buddy? Who's the wife you left behind? Oh, that'd be funny. So that's awesome. And then we had, let's see here. But is she the real princess? Fitting perfectly with what we were just talking about. And then is this canon that Bowser's wife is Bowsette?
It's possible.
I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm the most up to date on Mario lore, but something's going on.
I think we need an official info page from Nintendo to answer that question.
Where Bowser Jr. come from?
Right.
Like,
literally. Are those all his brothers and sisters? The Koopalings?
Well, I don't know about Bowser Jr. That'd be weird if it was his brother. Could be, I guess, but it's a little weird.
No, Bowser Jr. always calls him Papa.
Yeah.
So he's 100% his son.
Sure, his son.
And what is it where Bowser Jr. is that from Sunshine that I'm thinking of that he's calling Peach Mama because so that
I think that is Sunshine. Yeah,
that fuels the Jerry Maury speculation a little bit. But a lie detector determined that was a lie.
And the Koopalings are actually not Bowser's children.
Yeah. Bowser Jr.
Bowser Jr. is, but the Koopalings are not.
That's the thing.
Okay, there you go.
So Bowser, who'd you get freaky with? Bowser Jr. That's what I'm saying.
Aren't they like his like nephews and niece?
They might. I don't know exactly how they. Let me see if
they're in the bloodline somewhere for sure.
Yeah.
Joycey J just letting us know Peach is for the streets.
For the streets.
In early iteration of Super Mario games, Koopalings were established as Bowser's children. However, in later games, they shifted the narrative, stating that they are not his biological children, but rather his loyal minions or military leaders. So,
wow,
there you go.
Okay.
Wow, way to get the kids off you real quick.
Yeah, right.
They're not mine. I swear.
Yeah, they're not my kids anymore. They're my generals. Like, okay. Well, they still were born at some point. What the fuck happened? Oh man. Okay, cool.
Before we move on,
yes,
if we are moving on,
sure.
I got to shout out a couple of YouTubers here for who they think should voice Yoshi, and I think these are freaking absolutely hilarious. So Blabba came out with Snoop Dogg.
Woo! That's hot.
Yep.
That'd be hilarious.
Great.
That'd be great.
Y-O-S-H-I.
Oh, don't worry. I think this one's even better yet. Mickerific. The thumbnail suggests that it should be Samuel L. Jackson.
Imagine.
This
motherfucking plumber punched me in the motherfucking
motherfucking pit.
What ain't no word I ever heard of? Say what again? I dare you. I double dare you.
That would be just great to have Yoshi. You think it's going to be this cutesy thing, and all of a sudden this big badass.
What? You have to get 50 Cent to voice him. Like, what the fuck is going on right now? The Yoshi from the streets. Get it right. You catch him on the corner, and he's like, what is it? You when you meet Yoshi, he's at the corner, and he's just like fucking boiling a mushroom quick. And like, what are you doing right now?
Do rag and everything.
Yep, like, do rag and everything. All right, cool. Well, let's go ahead and get on to our next topic, which I believe goes over to the Stash Man.
Yeah, so Nintendo's new policies.
Oh boy, here we go.
A lot of people are upset. So to give an overview, if you are unaware of what's going on, Nintendo updated their terms of service and end users license agreements. And again, yeah, people have been upset over the last week. There's 3 major points being made. First point of order is that it's anti-arbitration clause. So basically, you can't sue Nintendo. It would have to go to arbitration, have to go to a third party. But in the actual terms that Nintendo put in there, states that this arbitration provision precludes you and Nintendo from suing in court, again, which is what I just said in layman's terms, having a trial by jury, or participating in a class action lawsuit. You and Nintendo agree that arbitration will be solely on an individual basis and not as a class arbitration, class action, or any other kind of representative proceeding. You and Nintendo are each waiving the right to trial by a jury. So if you ever dreamed of suing Nintendo and still being able to play their video games, that is off the table for you now. So sorry to upset possibly some people there. All right. We want to talk about that first part, guys, before we go into the rest of it.
Sure. Yeah. Part. I'll just start off by saying it's a shitty policy. There's no way to positive spin this. Like, even the most ardent Nintendo defenders, you can't defend Nintendo trying to take away trial by jury, trying to take away class actions, because like they had a bunch of class actions over Joy-Con drift with Switch, which might have been why they put this in there, to try to avoid that. Also, Disney had the same bullshit in their Disney Plus thing, and they tried to use it to get out of someone dying at their theme park over an allergy.
I remember that.
Yeah, that they told them what they had, and they absolutely cannot have a cross-contamination, and there was, and this person actually died. So really big deal, and Disney tried arguing in court that they can't sue them because they're a Disney Plus subscriber. By the way,
and it was only a trial subscription. It wasn't even an actual subscription.
It wasn't even a real,
if I remember correctly.
But to even use the trial subscription, to even use the trial, you still have to agree to the terms.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it was destroyed in court. It wasn't even close to going anywhere. So I mentioned this when I covered it, that it is really shitty. I also, and by the way, this policy only exists in the US. It doesn't in Europe. It's completely not allowed. So they don't. It's not even a policy in Europe. It's not a policy in Japan. It's only in the U.S., which, by the way, is where class actions take place. Is usually in the U.S. But here's the thing: the fact that there's already a prior statement or sentiment that Disney tried to pull the same shit and got shut down, kind of makes you feel like, okay, there's a precedent now that this isn't actually going to hold up if anyone tries to go to court.
It is slightly different, though.
It is slightly different. There are differences, but it's still the same. We're trying to use this to say you can't have a class action lawsuit. We're trying to say you can't have a trial by jury just to use our stuff. It's going to be really interesting to see how that ends up in court, because it's going to go to court. Someone's going to try to, who's used the Switch 2, is going to want to file a class action. And the first step of order, the lawyer is going to have to go to the judge and make sure they can actually file it, and they got to fight this particular clause. And again, if you have a judge that sides with Nintendo, then that sucks. It's a really shitty thing. Now, I don't ever plan to sue Nintendo. I never got involved in any of the class actions over Joy-Con drift. Could have. I've had drifting Joy-Cons. I just didn't care enough. The only class action lawsuit I was ever part of was one from DeVry, and I forgot I was part of it at all. And we won. And I got a $2 check in the mail.
Like DeVry? Like we're serious about success, DeVry?
The university. Yep.
Yeah. You remember the commercials?
Yeah, oh yeah.
They were dead serious about success.
Their commercials were a bunch of lies, and that's why I was able to.
Dude, I knew it was bullshit when I was a kid. those commercials would air all the time during Saved by the Bell
I've never
reruns.
heard of DeVry.
Oh yeah, dude, that commercial is literally. I'm 40 now. That shit's burnt in my head from 30 years ago.
And the commercials kept getting worse and worse and
Yeah,
worse.
they did. It
Anyone
was
who
so
attended
bad.
DeVry over like a 20-year period, and I did attend DeVry, totally fine with the university. The education was fine. That's not the problem. It's like it's a lot of false advertising to get you to go to DeVry. Anyways, the larger point there is that that's the only class action I've been part of. One, and I got a $2 check, which made me realize I don't really give two shits about class action losses. I'm not going to get anything out of it anyways. You know, just the satisfaction that Nintendo had to pay out. Okay, cool. Thanks for making the law firm rich. I don't care. Like the law firm, they already got money. They're lawyers, for crying out loud. I don't care if they get rich. So to me, it's more the trial by jury thing that I don't like. Because that's yeah, you can still have the individual basis lawsuit, but it's only a judge, no jury. And I keep thinking, like, what happens if let's say an electrical fire happens with a kid holding the Joy-Cons and a kid burned his hand and he went to Nintendo and now it's up to a judge now. You can't put that in front of a jury. I don't like that. I don't like that. I mean, I don't like anything about this, to be clear. I don't know. I find this whole thing to be stupid. I find it to be indefensible. And for all the people out there that think I don't criticize Nintendo, you're full of shit because this is stupid.
Nate
wants to go next.
Yeah.
Nate's totally course correcting right now, backpedaler.
Yeah. So here,
I'm kidding.
here's my 2 cents on this. Like, I think it gets conflated a lot. Like, okay, Nintendo's the bad guy for doing all this stuff. And at the end of the day, somebody has to sign off on this. But this is clearly companies gonna company, and just they have a team of lawyers that are like, let's minimize any kind of potential legal risk that we could ever do from any kind of situation. And it's not good. And there's no defending it either. But it's also just like, to Nate's point, I'm never going to care if I'm in a class action lawsuit against Nintendo. That last example you made, Nate, that's the worst case scenario when Nintendo should potentially, if some kind of defect happens like that, somebody gets hurt, they should be held liable for it. But at the end of the day, this is a really in the weeds story that I feel like a lot of people who don't like Nintendo are going to hang on to and really scream loudly about, when in all reality, like 99.9 legitimately percent of Nintendo players at the end of the day are going to be able to continue to enjoy their consoles and not really have an issue with any of this stuff. But you don't like to see companies go this direction, and you can argue that you should just stand up and try to get everybody with you but it's like, I'm not buying a Switch 2 over this thing. You know what I mean? Like, I've literally seen, I think, 1 or 2 people on Twitter that were probably never buying a Switch 2 to begin with. They're like, well, yeah, after this new policy update, I'm out completely. It's like, well, okay, if you vote with your wallet, that's your prerogative at the end of the day. And you can call out a company for having one bad practice, but I don't. This particular one, this feels to me like lawyers in a boardroom saying, let's minimize risk at all cost. And at some point that gets presented in a nice little package that gets a signature from, Mr. Furukawa or whoever has to sign off on that stuff. So, yeah, it's unfortunate, but there's nothing other than that. Like, it's not going to change anything in terms of my future with being a fan of the company,
Totally.
Nice. Sandstorm, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I'm kind of under the same thought process. From what I understand, there's some of the other companies have this same policy deep in there as well too.
Yes, that's true. Years ago too.
Yeah, so it's funny, and I know I make this stance a lot. It's funny how it's like always like hush hush, but then when Nintendo does it, it's like, whoa, it's a big thing. They're the bad guys again, doing bad guy stuff. And I'm not saying that it's not bad guy stuff. It's just funny how that always plays out, and it's like
it becomes a story when it's Nintendo.
Yeah,
There's a reason why a lot of people didn't know that Sony has that in their terms and conditions
Yeah.
because it wasn't a story.
It's weird, right? So, but on it specifically, kind of the same mindset as Sunbro is like, for us regular people who don't look to try and start some sort of problems or see how far over the edge we can go without being pushed over, not gonna affect us in any kind of way. You know what I mean? Like it. Are we gonna get a finger cut off by the magnetic piece that sticks from the Joy-Con to the controller? Probably not. You know what I'm saying? Are we gonna get electrocuted when we put it in the Joy-Con? Probably not. Are we gonna stick our fingers in the hand of the fan that's already small enough, or are we gonna break? Probably not, because we game just a game. We don't try and do any extra stuff to try and break any problem or break anything with the systems in themselves to try and look for some sort of lawsuit on the company. And I think that's kind of like what they're trying to hint at is like, if anything that you do that's a problem and you're looking to sue us, chances are it was probably your fault and you can't sue us for it. It's stupid, I know, but like Sunbro said, business is business, and you got to stand on business sometimes. And sometimes that looks ugly, sometimes it looks nasty, and sometimes it looks dirty. But at the end of the day, a business has got to move the way the business has got to move. So, yeah, am I hurt about it? No. Will I be signing the clause day one so I can start playing Mario Kart World? Absolutely, with no hesitation. Absolutely, and I will even tell you this. Now that I know that's there, I'm gonna scroll down even faster to hit the accept and keep going.
Right. All right. Game Bird, what are your thoughts, man?
Yeah, everyone's made great points. I kind of agree with Nate. I do feel like part of this might have something to do with the lawsuits regarding Joy-Con drift. Obviously, that was a constant issue for Nintendo throughout the Switch generation. And yeah, I mean, to a degree, I think this sucks. I think that it's good to have protections for consumers. So, I don't see like there's nothing about it where I'm like, yeah, this is amazing. I'm so happy that this exists. But like you've all said already, like I don't see myself in a situation ever where I would ever feel the need to sue Nintendo. If I lose a finger riding the Donkey Kong cart ride at Universal, I guess I'm suing Universal. I'm not going after Furukawa on that one. Yeah, I think the only scenario that I could see myself wanting to sue Nintendo is if I got invited to a tour at their headquarters and it was a trap and they all jumped me and beat the shit out of me. Then I'd feel pretty betrayed knowing that I just signed those terms and conditions. But you never know. Stranger things have happened. But yeah, I mean,
have they? Sounds like we got to unpack that story a little bit.
Wait, did you see the intro earlier? Stranger things have happened.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, no, it's Sandstorm. You said it well. This is something that exists with other companies. It's never a win for the consumers, but it's also strange that it's a story when it's Nintendo. And I feel like especially with the reveal in the upcoming release, there's just that echo chamber of negativity, fanboyism, just people who want the console to fail at all costs. So any small negative is blown into this huge negative news story that's being shared. We've been through the works. This one, I mean, I don't think it's nearly as bad as the stuff we saw earlier after the release, as far as all the misinformation that was just spread 24/7, causing mass panic and freak out. But yeah, there's no way to spin it as a good thing. It's just it's not the story that I think people who are complaining about it think it is.
It's a good point. A good point. Eric, how you feel about it?
Hate it. Absolutely hate it. It's if you can't stand behind your shit and are worried about getting sued, that's on you. Make better shit. I mean, it's one of those, and a lot of times like these arbitration clauses, guess who's the arbitrator? Nintendo. It's whoever they handpick is the arbitrator. Do you really think they're going to side with you? Fuck no. A lot of these companies, they have their own arbitration teams, handpicked. You are not going to win this. I mean, I would like to say I'd never sue Nintendo, but I can never say never on anything like that. You know, let's say Switch 2 for some reason, the fans stop working, the damn thing catches on fire and burns down a couple houses. Those people should have the right to actually sue Nintendo for that. It's absolutely stupid.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
and that's what I was talking about. That, like, you know, the question is if it's legally enforceable. Well, in order for that lawsuit to happen, the lawyers first have to go after them over these policies, to get a judge to say, no, it's not legally enforceable. So then you can do your actual lawsuit. It's like they're creating an extra step. Like I saw a lot of people in the chat saying, well, this probably isn't legally enforceable. You know what? I agree. But the problem is now the first step is you have to jump through a hoop to get it knocked down in court. Then
it makes it increasingly difficult to already do an incredibly difficult thing, going after a corporation for anything.
Right. And here's the thing, it's going to be that whether that is enforceable is going to be a case-by-case thing too, because it's one of those things that it's not just going to be a blanket yes or no that this thing is enforceable, because there are probably some tiny things that the judge will say, yeah, this is arbitration worthy, go for it. And, you know, if there are other things where, you know, if the Switch fans stop working, thing lights on fire and burns down a couple houses, yeah, that might not be arbitration worthy. You know, I don't think it's one, you know, an all or nothing thing either.
Yeah. Well, arbitration happens anyways in a lot of cases. The judge will often decide if it's arbitration or not. What I do think is interesting is the class action part. I actually think there's a chance that once Switch 2 comes out, a lawyer team's already getting together now to sue Nintendo over the policy of denying class actions in general. That could already be in the works, because if they can get that precedent set, then that part of the license agreement won't even matter. Now, on your individual lawsuits, yes, that's going to end up being a case-by-case basis on arbitration versus not, and your lawyer is going to have to decide what the best road to go is with that, because again, you're going to have to defeat Nintendo saying you can't have a jury, you know. So that it sucks having extra steps. And the thing is, other companies do have these policies, and if you ever pay attention,
those too.
If you ever pay attention to any of the stuff out there, yeah, they're all jumping through hoops as well to get these lawsuits to go through, and it sucks. And the problem is when they're trying to say it can't be a class action, that means it's on an individual basis, meaning you have to have the money to pony up to jump through the hoop. You might get lucky to have a lawyer that says, no, we'll do the initial part, and then we'll only charge you if it's going to go through as a full lawsuit. But if you want a good lawyer for that, because they're going to have their best trying to defeat that whole claim. So most great lawyers aren't just going to take a shot in the dark for free. They're going to want a guaranteed payment to even deal with that. So that's what sucks is class action to me is really the big part in here that I do think some class action lawyers might get together and try to get this just slapped out of the way before it even becomes a problem. Because I do think that this policy, Joy-Con Drift, they were sued 1 billion times over it. And I think this is what made their lawyers go, hey, can we draft a new policy for Switch 2 where we don't have to worry about this. We don't have to deal with the headache. Okay, well, now the headache might just be that all these class action lawyers come after you. Look, it's not going to prevent me from playing Switch 2. To be clear, I've been playing video game platforms and I've never once felt like I wanted to sue any of these companies. Right? I've been doing a lot of things, a lot of products. The only person I've ever wanted to sue was somebody that was literally harassing me on my YouTube channel and going after my children with some pedo shit. Yeah, that's the only person I ever actually wanted to sue. I've never actually wanted to sue a big corporation because I know what I'm getting into when I buy a product, and sometimes products just don't work the way that you want. Most of the time I can get a refund, and if it's outside the warranty or refund window, I usually don't care. Like, if a battery lights on fire on my Switch 2, it lights on fire on my Switch 2. If I lose my house, that's what I have house insurance for, right? Renter's insurance and stuff. Obviously, then I got to fight with that bullshit, and insurance can be a scam half the time. So that's a whole different argument. And in that case, where insurance doesn't cover, I might go after them because I need my fucking house back, man. But it's one of those situations where I don't foresee it ever being an issue for me, but it's one of those that it could be an issue for someone. So it's just a shitty policy.
Okay.
You know?
Well, so I'll give you guys my thoughts, then we'll move on to the next piece of this. Me personally, I do not care at all. It does not bother me. And I'm just being real. It doesn't bother me. It's not going to affect me. It's not going to change my day to day. I've said this about many things in life that people complain about on a daily basis. There's obviously people complain about, without getting into it, politics all the time. But guess what? Whatever is going on, I'm not going to let it change my day to day. Just like I'm not going to let this shit change my day to day. I'm still going to play Nintendo. I've owned video game consoles since the 80s. They all still work. There's nothing wrong with them. I don't expect them to break. If I get Joy-Con drift, I'll buy new ones. It is what it is. I'm confident, though, after playing Switch 2, we're not going to have that issue anymore. This is something that all of the companies do. And I mentioned to the guys that I've been getting asked a lot, either on Twitter or in YouTube comments on my channel. What are my thoughts on this? I've let everyone know the same thing, that Sony does this, Microsoft, Steam, they did it a long time ago. You have to have all these things in place to protect yourself as a company. That's just how it works. A lot of companies have this. One thing I pointed out is earlier this year, NBA 2K, you had to agree to their new agreement for the same thing, that you can't sue them. It has to go to arbitration. And that if you don't accept it, you can't play the game. Even though we bought the game came out in August. And we got a new agreement in, I believe it was January. And if you don't agree, you can't play. Even though we bought the game. And I did. I spent full price for it. So that was a tough pill to swallow, right? But here's the thing. And again, I'm just being realistic with everybody. I know it's not a popular answer. I'm 40 years old. I've never thought about suing anyone. And I don't think I'm ever going to think about suing any person or company. And to be clear, if someone's fucking with me, I'll take care of it myself in my own way. I ain't gonna sue anyone. I'll take care of it myself. I've done it before.
Doug Bowser's door for the beatdown.
Yeah,
He's got a set of particular skills.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about that. And I'm not gonna sue any companies. I'm just not. That's total David and Goliath. I'm not interested in that noise and wasting all that energy and the stress that goes along with, playing the role of David. In that sense, it's not worth it. The hit you'll take to your health isn't worth whatever money you think you might be able to ascertain from taking someone to court. And then when I look at it with Nintendo, I'm not gonna sue Nintendo. I love Nintendo. Just say, hey, I'm not gonna sue PlayStation. I love PlayStation. Like, I love video games. Man, I'm not gonna go sue any of these companies. Nothing's gonna happen. Like, being realistic, right? And I know that, like, hey, people want their rights, and it feels like you're getting rights taken away, but this shit happens all the time, every day. There's different rights that are taken away. I'm not going to go die on this hill because Nintendo is putting in the same policies, the same agreements that all these other companies have. By the way, Borderlands did the same thing. They most recently did that, I think, in March of this year. They put in the same agreement, almost the same exact language. I looked at it side by side. And, because it's Nintendo, it gets all the headlines.
Yep.
Right? And that just is what it is. So it's not going to change anything in my life. All right? We're good to move on
to the next one. Yeah. Let's go.
All right. So here's the next part here. And again, so we kind of touched on it, but this next part's similar to the clause Disney tried to use in court from Disney Plus over the death of someone at the Disney parks. It didn't hold up in court. And that was wild. I remember reading that when it was happening live, and I'm like, dude, this is some bullshit. It was for a trial. And they're saying that because you agreed to the EULA for the Disney Plus trial, basically because you agreed to that, the fact that it was food, the way it was prepared, right? It was a food allergy.
Yeah, they had
The
an
park.
allergy that they
Yeah, and I worked in
notified them of.
restaurant biz.
They
for-
notified them on, and they
you know?
they cross contaminated. Yep.
Yeah, I worked in the biz for 10 years. That shit is so serious.
Yep.
Like
Mhm.
when
Absolutely.
people have allergies, we would have to clean the grill, and it doesn't matter what the ticket times are at. It doesn't matter how busy we are. If we're at the busiest part and we're on a 2-hour wait, it doesn't matter. You have to do that. You have to always. It's the right thing to do. That's what you do.
At risk.
Yeah. And so to read that and knowing what goes into that, I was just like, I was very upset with Disney, and they already do enough things that upset me over the years. So I'm just like, man, this is the dirtiest thing you could do, man. Especially for a company that has that much money,
Yeah.
and you're trying to get out of it. That's sick. That's sick, man.
Yeah.
So getting more into it, the second thing that was brought up in the EULA is that they can brick your systems. Okay, so I'm going to read what this says. It says that under the new EULA, any unlicensed use of the systems not authorized by Nintendo could lead the company to, quote, render the Nintendo account services and or the applicable Nintendo device permanently unusable in whole or in part, aka brick your system. Okay. Now, this policy, it's not new. Guys, it's been around since the Wii days. It also exists on the PS5 today. They can render your console useless both online and offline. And again, once again, Nintendo's catching all the headlines they're catching all the strays, right? They're catching it for everything, for pricing, all kinds of stuff.
It's because they're on top right now, man.
You
go after the ones on top.
They got a target on their back, and it's funny, they're on top, but most people are not willing to admit they're on top, which is funny, right? But they target them like they are
right now.
Right.
Yeah, it's so weird. Now, also, this policy, it only exists in the U.S., so no other territory does this policy exist. So let's kind of discuss this one. Nate, you want to kick off your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so I find it funny when people brought this up, since it's been around for 20 years with Nintendo. And people are like, oh, I don't remember the bricking systems. You're right, because all the fears you have over them doing it to systems that don't deserve to be bricked are not needed. They literally do not brick a system unless you're being fishy. And if you ever go to the home, it's kind of funny because all the panic over this is coming from people who don't modify their systems, when everyone in the homebrew community is like, why are we talking about this? We already know. Like once you modify your system, you just don't reconnect to Nintendo servers. This is literally nothing new. They've been dealing with this for decades. No one in the homebrew community is even concerned, and they're the people that should be, right? This policy affects them, except they don't give a shit, because Nintendo's not saying you can't modify your system. They're not saying that you can't back up your games, because they can't say that. You legally can do those things in the United States. What they are saying is you can't do that, then connect to our servers. It's a security thing. That's all this is. It's a security protection. They literally can't let you modify your system and then connect to the servers, because it could lead to you getting illegal access to certain things on their servers and having all these leaks and hacks that happen to all these companies all the time, including Nintendo. So yeah, they are going to brick your system and not just delete your account. And they've been doing it for 20 years. I think this is a silly thing to get upset about when the actual community that does all the modifying isn't upset about it. The literal people that homebrew are not mad. So then why are we getting mad on behalf of people that aren't mad? It makes no sense. And if the fear is, oh, because they could brick my... Okay, the reason you didn't know that this policy's been there since is because they're not accidentally bricking systems.
Yep.
It's not that hard. If you don't attempt to modify your system, you are not going to get your system bricked. It's not difficult. That's my thoughts.
I'm surprised there was any like thought that you would ever take your modified system online. Like I remember that was the first thing back in the day with the Wii. It
Common
was like
sense.
when I was going through the steps to mod my Wii back in the day, as I did and enjoyed, by the way. The first thing I was doing is disconnecting from the internet. You know, and I mean, as soon as I didn't need to be like for any like it past getting it done, it was like turn off Wi-Fi connection. That's like 101. So yeah, just I don't know who thinks that you're going to be able to play Mario Kart World online with a hacked Switch 2, which also creates problems for cheating, by the way.
Yeah.
So it's like you can't. It's like if this wasn't
cheating, hacking, stealing.
Yeah, if this wasn't a thing, we would have a way bigger problem with the complaints of the online community being like, hey, how did this person just do all the laps of this Grand Prix in like 12 seconds?
It is rampant on PC, by the way.
Yes, that's
extremely rampant. That's why they have all this DRM shit that makes the game worse, because it's so bad on PC because they can't, there's no threat of, they're not going to brick your PC. You can't brick your PC. So,
and I've seen people complain about crossplay, even though they love crossplay. They're like, now PC's involved and we have these new, these players that are cheating, obviously
bots and all this
this one, same thing. I think one, it's obvious. Two, it's not like you can't go mod your system and do that. Just don't plan on that being an online system anymore. Like that's how I would look at it. That thing's permanently going in airplane mode if I'm modifying it.
Yeah, and the homebrew community still does some online stuff. It's just localized servers. They connect to specific servers to do it. This isn't. That's the thing about it. This is like it. The funny thing is, the people that would make the biggest fuss about it seems to be PlayStation fans, and it's absolutely hilarious because they have the exact same fucking policy.
Right.
They just didn't read
not
it.
a story with them. It's so stupid.
Like,
listen, I just want to say this is the dumbest shit ever. It's probably the dumbest thing I've heard since the announcement of Switch 2. It's so if you have a job, let's say you work somewhere, it doesn't matter what the business is, and you decide, you know what, I'm gonna modify all the locks, tamper with all the locks in the business. That business has the right to fire your ass. That could cause theft. If you decide, you know what, I'm gonna steal from the register. I need some extra change. They have the right to fire ass. Like, it's literally to protect them and to protect you. We don't need cheaters. We don't need people hacking in, stealing your personal information, any of that stuff. This is a no-brainer, common sense, absolutely standard thing that exists on other platforms, and it should be there. This is crazy. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it other than it's stupid. I don't know. Like,
Sandstorm. Thoughts? Yeah.
It's one of those situations. Like, tell me you're new to this without telling me you're new to this. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen this a million times, and you guys have all said it. If you were going to hack your system, you just never go back online again with that system. You're good. You're golden. We've seen plenty of people do that before. It's funny to me that people say, well, they can accidentally brick your system, like there's a room in Nintendo that has everybody's system sitting on a wall. Right. And all they do is walk next to the wall. There's a guy who literally walks next to the wall like this all day, and then he just like falls asleep and is like, "Oops, I hit the button."
He's monitoring 150 million switches.
Yeah, like that's not how that works in the slightest. So like there's no such thing as accidentally bricking a system. Like that's the dumbest thing I've heard. Like, oh, I accidentally, like, I can't even fathom how that would even work. Did they
accidentally launching nukes?
Yeah,
it's not gonna happen, bro, on accident. Okay.
Like with some guy in there, like he was like, I hate my girlfriend, I'm gonna brick her system. And he typed in her whatever the code is for her system, and like just had a conversation with somebody, and they were like, don't do it. And he was like, yeah, you're right. And then he got up and accidentally hit the button and was like, oops, I accidentally bricked her system. Now I have to tell the people overseers on me that we have to send her an email saying, sorry, we accidentally bricked your system. We're going to do everything we can to fix it. Please don't sue us. Like, that's not going to happen. Like, I don't get it. It's,
can't sue him. It goes to arbitration.
Right. But that man got fired that day. But it's like, it's dumb. I think it's stupid. It's always been a policy for a long time now for all of these companies. And I think Gamebird, like you said, like Sony and Microsoft already have this. So it's, the complainers are the people who aren't planning on either one are people who are trying to find fake hate, or are people who are not trying to pick up a Switch 2 anyway, or both.
Yep. And also I want to mention Nate talked about like PC. It's a huge issue on PC. Dude, the number of times I've downloaded a game on PC and I've had trouble even getting into the game due to the anti-cheat programs that companies have to use. Dude, massive headache. Massive headache, because like you said, Nate, they can't enforce this stuff.
Yeah, I can't play Fortnite on my desktop anymore because of some program I use for work, because the anti-cheat system thinks it's a cheating program. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I had one that was so stupid. I mean, it was an easy fix, but you know how like your PCs, you could have like the LED lights inside of them.
Yeah.
It was the LED lights. It was like the software for the lights. Anti-cheat wouldn't allow it, so I had to disable that. It's really stupid, but yeah, this is a non-issue. This is so ridiculous.
Interested to hear your thoughts on this, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's much more I could say. It's don't be stupid. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
So you're not worried about
they're not
your
taking away
Switch
your
getting
ability,
bricked, right?
Yeah.
No.
And they're not taking away our ability to modify. They're not saying you can't modify your system. They're just saying you can't do it and be on our servers. It's not difficult.
The only thing that I would say is please actually have a way to unbrick the systems.
They don't. They don't.
Because if my friend somehow gives me a bootleg copy of something and I don't know it's a bootleg copy of something, I don't want my Switch bricked just because.
What if you buy a bootleg copy?
I don't know,
from GameStop. No, what if you do on accident?
Yeah, right.
Because they can't tell what's a bootleg. Remember?
Yeah, right. Yeah,
they don't know how to tell. They're not trained to do that, and they're not supposed to.
Yeah.
Is this true? Or is this true?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure if this was sarcasm.
Happen. I haven't seen anyone get a system bricked over the years due to a bootleg copy, because the bootleg copy is mimicking a actual real physical cartridge that exists somewhere. But it's always a possibility when they see the physical cart being used on two systems at the same time. There could be something that happens there. It hasn't really been an issue yet. What is funny is obviously some of the PlayStation fans pointing out, well, they never brick PS5s. Jake Randall responded to one of my things today, and he's like, dude, I bought a PS5 and it was already bricked. Why? Why? What was the reason was something like because somebody did a chargeback on it, and Sony bricked their system because they charged back. They charged back Sony, and Sony said "fuck you" and bricked the system. And the guy, so like, Sony bricked the system over a chargeback because they can't get the system back.
Wow.
So like, companies do this. Don't fuck around. You're gonna find out. You can modify your system all you want. You can modify a PlayStation 5. It's out there. People act like, oh, no one hacks PS5s, motherfucker. You haven't done any research.
Yeah.
Anything on firmware 5.5 or under, all those systems get hacked. PS5s get hacked, just not maybe to the not as often as Switch, because Switch was able to get hacked day one. So that was like a really unique situation. It's kind of like the PSP where it was easily hacked. So almost every PSP that I ever bought got hacked. But it didn't matter. It's not illegal to do that. You just aren't going to be able to use their services. And if you try to use their services, they're going to tell you to fuck off and break your system. It is what it is.
Yeah. So I'll give you guys my thoughts real quick on this again, because we've all kind of talked about the same thing here. And what I just said on the last segment carries over here, in that I really don't care, because this does not apply to me. I think Nintendo is doing the right thing, though. That you have to do this for protections for your company. If a bunch of people are pirating Switch games, so they're not buying the games, they're getting them for free, do you want them on your server? If I'm Nintendo, I say, get the fuck out of here. I don't want you here. You illegally got these games, and you think you can go play online now? There's no way, dude. That would be like if someone stole a bunch of shit from my house and then expects me to invite them over. Hell out of here, bro. You're not wanted here. Like, but you know what I'm saying? It's very much the same. If you steal from Nintendo, don't expect to be invited over. Yeah. I don't see anything wrong with that. I think it's completely logical. I don't think they're harsh for doing this. This is normal stuff, guys. And if you want to mod your console, please exercise common sense. We've all known this for decades, that if you're going to do that, you don't go online. Just like some bro said with the Wii, with the 360 back in the day. I mean, I think that was where it really started, was that generation with the whole going online issue, was when you did the soft mod, right?
Yep.
And so, yeah, like, here's the thing, man. Like, if you're going to do that, you have to know that you're taking a risk and that there are consequences if this risk doesn't work out in your favor. And you got to live with that. So if you're trying to get games for free and you accidentally go online, that's on you, dude. That's 100% on you. Don't go crying to everyone on the internet. We don't want to hear it. It is what it is. Save up some more money and buy another one. That's life. So this is real simple. All right, let's move on. The last one deals with game chat. And this one was pretty interesting too, but here's the actual language. It says that with your content and to enforce our terms, we may also monitor and record your video and audio interactions with other users. When you use any of our services that include these or other similar capabilities, we may collect your content in accordance with our items of use and this policy. So again, a lot of people freaked out about this, thinks Nintendo's sitting there watching them while they're playing Mario Kart, which, I mean, if they are, I don't care. Like, that's just, let me just get that out of the way. Like, what's there to hide? I'm playing Mario Kart. You know this. You can see what game I'm playing. Who cares? But this exists on all the other consoles.
Do you have a phone? Do you have a smartphone?
What about the TVs that were recording people?
Yeah, this actually, I will say, this was an issue I remember with Kinect when Xbox One was
I remember that
coming
too.
out. I remember a lot of people were really upset about the Kinect with this. So this isn't just a Nintendo one. I want to make sure that I mention that.
Yeah. So some of the finer details, reportedly how it's going to work, is that the final 3 minutes of any game chat session, that's what's recorded and stored locally on your Switch 2. It's not uploaded online, and Nintendo cannot access it. So this is where the with your consent comes into play. So if you report a player you game chat it with for their game chat behavior, you are giving consent for Nintendo to access that 3-minute file. And again, this is what Xbox and Sony does. So, say your kid's online playing, and worst case scenario, right? They get approached by some pedo. You're going to be really happy that actually this is in place, because Nintendo can now access that. And now you can get this piece of shit put in prison. This is great.
Yeah.
This is great in my opinion, because again, like, unless you're doing something wrong, why are you concerned? Right?
Yeah,
like,
they don't have an army of people with headsets on and monitors in front of them.
And you know what?
Monitoring
I'm
everyone.
going to be live streaming anyway, so you can watch me online, or you
Yeah.
can watch me through the Switch if you want. I don't care. I'm playing, man. Like, what's there to hide? You're playing video games. That's not the intent of this. The intent is for when people report other players. There's nothing out of the ordinary with this, in my opinion. Prime, what are your thoughts?
Look, here's the deal. If you pay attention to what the fucking language says, it says consent. Okay? This is a big term because you need to look at how this functions. According to Nintendo, they record the last 3 minutes of your game chat locally to your system. Your system just automatically does it. It's built into the operating system. They do not have access to it at all. They cannot see it. They cannot look at it. This is what they're claiming. They cannot see it. They cannot look at it. It is not stored on their servers. It's only on your system, and it automatically deletes after 24 hours. The sole reason it's there is if you report somebody, that is the consent for them to access your system and grab the file and look at the report to see if it lines up with what the recording shows. It is to confirm your report. Now, I know this requires a lot of trust that Nintendo's not accessing these files outside of that. But if it is true that that's how it works and it's just this temporary local cache file that goes away if you don't report, then technically Nintendo ain't recording jack shit. They're not looking at anything. So the way that it works is that they're not violating jack shit. They're not spying on you. It's literally nothing but a user protection tool for if you're in a game chat with somebody and they whip their fucking dick out. Yeah, Nintendo should be able to see the evidence of that to get rid of them. That's what it's for. It's to protect users, and they know a lot of their users could potentially be kids and families. So that's it already requires you to even use the thing, you got to put a phone number in, to even use the system. So, and you have to be friends with them. So it's one of those things where all this is about is user protection. It's the exact same way it works on Xbox. It's the exact same way it works on Sony. They also record your chat sessions locally to your system and access them when you report people. They literally do the same thing. But now Nintendo's in trouble for it because now they have local voice chat.
Yeah. Like, how else would this work, Nate, if we're online playing and someone says something that I deem
way over
not okay to say to me, and I report you to Sony?
How do they even know?
And then Sony says, Nate, did you say this to Thunderstash? and you say, I didn't say anything. They come back and say, well, he said he didn't say anything. Well, but he did. You got to go back and look. Well, we have no way to look. It's you against him.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we're not getting anywhere.
The problem is, like just like the PlayStation, Sony, Discord as well, guys. They have a very similar policy with Discord voice chats. All of this stuff does require trusting corporations to not be accessing these files without giving the consent. That is a big thing, and I know some people will never trust corporations. That's fine. Get off the fucking internet. You literally then can't use the internet if that's the way you're going to behave. All of our it's funny. I watch people do this. Where like they have like a laptop, right? And like it doesn't have like a cover for the webcam, so they fucking cover it with a piece of tape or something. Meanwhile, they have their phone staring at them. What are we doing? The cameras are everywhere. What's the fucking...
I love the thought of people complaining about this, but they also bought Alarmo It's like listens to you sleep.
I think I understand the laptop one, by the way. I think it had to do with the Edward Snowden stuff when he blew the lid off.
Yeah.
Like the government was fucking using those webcams. They were also using your cell phone cameras, and no one's blocking those. So it's like,
yeah,
people freely share their life every day on something called social media.
Yeah, that's my thing with all this is you have to, if you're going to be serious up in arms about this, you actually have to go off the grid entirely because everything. I mean, it doesn't matter if you have iPhone, Google, if you have anything that, Android based operating system, the first thing you have to do in the phone setup is agree to the terms and conditions. And that is literally sharing everything with Google. Now, yes, there are some things you can opt out of, but most of these people complaining about this, they have Messenger from Facebook downloaded on their phone. Go look at go ahead, Prime.
I want to know, you brought the opt-out thing.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to note something. This is about on the very first one about the lawsuit thing. You can actually opt out of it by sending a letter to Nintendo. It's really fucking stupid and it's really buried in there.
Physical letter,
and you have to do it within 30 days of when the policy was enacted. It was enacted on the May 11th. So send your letter in.
Better start drafting that up.
Yeah.
Someone's got a template out for it already where you just copy, paste, and they're saying you should probably do a what's that post where they received the letter? What's that called?
Oh, certified mail.
Certified mail, yeah.
Certified mail.
You certified mail, so you have the physical evidence that you actually sent the letter in case you ever want to sue them. But there is an opt-out. They're probably because they legally have to have an opt-out for that particular policy. But anyways, it is there, but it's very tricky because it's a 30.
It's going to cost at least $20 to
draft
that up, print it, send it certified, and
certified mail.
Let's see if any of the people complaining
game prices.
Let's see if any of the people complaining about it and go through that know how to actually buy a stamp. We'll find out.
Because, I would love to see the statistics on how many people actually do this. I would like legit be so entertained to see the number.
Cool. By the way, if you guys want to do it, I just wanted to bring it up. I'm cool if you guys want to do it. That's your right to opt out. That's cool. Hey, if that's the one thing stopping you from getting a Switch 2, you can opt out. Buck out the $20 bill. Take care of business.
Yeah, but I just think all this stuff is so run of the mill. There's no escaping it unless you truly want to, as I said, disconnect. And that probably means not even having modern technology in your house at this point,
Yeah.
So if you're not taking it that seriously, if you're not ready to go off that side of, be on that side of the team on this thing, it's like, okay, well, it's just funny to see you complain about Nintendo doing this when every other camera and microphone in your house is doing the same thing. So if you ask Alexa what the weather is in the morning and you're complaining online about this, it's like, okay, great. So that's funny.
Yeah, to me. I don't even know what's in the terms of service. It's probably recording fucking everything I do all the time. I don't know.
If you actually, it's just funny because if you actually dive into terms and conditions and these user agreements on anything, you will anything at all, you will find out that anything that's connected online is being tracked and traced, period. And if they need it for some reason, they want to be able to get that data. And Nintendo's probably isn't that bad compared to a lot of other things we are using.
Listen, I'd be honored if I found out that they were watching me and listening to me 24/7.
Right.
I'd throw them a little treat in there once a month, maybe show my butt cheeks to my Switch too.
I would be honored too, legit. I would.
Yeah, you know what?
Honestly, I think I thought this was going to be over with by now. That people would have problems with this just because we are so connected. The Kinect came out 2014, 2015, something like that. No. Even before then, I'm thinking of Xbox One, but Xbox 360.
That was the pack-in Kinect with the Xbox One, right?
Yeah. So it's wild because back then, it was, for us, that was a legitimate scare, right? Who really is watching in on us? But like you said, we have so many devices that are connected now. Alexa hears everything that you say. Siri, don't answer me. Hears everything that you're saying. And
that's a good point. I want to know how many of these people have Alexa in their house.
Yeah.
Or one of those Google ones.
Google Home.
Or the Apple pods and stuff. Because like there's a reason. If you guys ever wonder, like randomly your phone will tell you about a great deal on something that you talked about with a friend in front of one of these devices 3 days ago.
All the
They're
time.
listening.
Oh yeah, Pandora does it to me all the time. Yes, I don't pay for my Pandora. Yes, it does bring up stuff, and I'm like, that was it listening? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Kind of like you can get rid of all the targeted ads. You just gotta give them money.
Yeah. But
once you pay them.
So it's weird that we're in a situation now where we're so connected, and people are like, I'm scared that connection is being monitored by somebody. Like it's really weird to me that and the funny thing is I feel like if it's not going to be soon, it's going to be relatively soon where the competitors are going to have their own versions of this, and it is going to not be talked about because it's going to be okay. It's okay. You know why? Because instead of having to use a camera that we had to buy, now we can use our own cameras that we can hook up directly to the system. And why am I hooking my phone that has all my contacts and everyone I love and all that other stuff, my social media, to now a system because I want to use my camera? And it's okay because it's my camera, though. No.
I'm actually afraid to read the Xbox one since you have to use your phone to set up an Xbox.
You know?
I'm actually scared to read what I'm giving them permission to do on my phone.
Guys, I'll be right back. I have to use the restroom really quick, and I hope Nintendo is listening.
Oh man!
It echoes when he goes.
Yeah, look, I'll just say in general on these three policies. Obviously, in an ideal world, we don't really have to worry about any of this stuff. It'd be great. Just to not have to worry about the lawsuit bullshit, which may or may not be legal. Someone might find out in court one of these days. Find out about, recordings. Although I'll say the game chat stuff seems to be mostly about user protection based on how Nintendo is handling it. Again, I know it requires trust, and trusting corporations is very difficult to do. But they have to have a way. Otherwise, you can't report people. It's either they have this functionality or we just don't have voice chat and video chat. They have to have a way to protect people. So I can kind of understand that one. So I'm not so sure that one's even worth being mad about. I think the reason that people get mad about it is they didn't look deeper into it. They just read the policy and stopped, and didn't consider what consent means. No, consent doesn't mean you agree to use their service. Ergo, you gave us consent. That's not the way the policy reads. The consent is the report function. So, totally different thing there. And then the other one, look, I just think the Nintendo. I know it's a bog standard policy about bricking systems and stuff, and I don't like it. Just saying, hey, we can brick your system for modifying it. We can brick your system. You just argue, just ban the account, and I get that. The problem is they could just load up another account with the same system and reconnect, and that's why companies take those actions and brick systems. And it's not just Nintendo. Sony's done it. I know people try to pretend Sony doesn't. Guess what? Most people that homebrew on Sony also aren't fucking idiots and don't connect to PlayStation servers. You don't hear about it, like this policy has existed for 20 years with Nintendo. You don't hear about people getting their modified systems bricked by Nintendo. Why? Because they're not fucking idiots.
You know what?
People who do this aren't stupid.
I would rather have my system bricked than Nintendo sue me for stealing games from them.
Much cheaper.
If anything, we're getting off. People are getting off light. All I have to do is buy a new system and set up a new account, and I can play again.
Yeah,
instead of going to court
games on a modded Switch, and then you connect to their servers, and they just brick your system instead of suing you.
Yeah, I'd be like, thank you. I appreciate it. I'll never do this again.
Because piracy is illegal. I know people talk about the legal gray area. That's with emulation. Piracy itself is actually illegal.
Yeah.
Like in the US anyways. I can't speak to other countries. Cool.
Well, I think we've covered this topic in full.
Yeah.
I do,
Eric,
to a certain extent. I haven't said anything on this last one here, but
yep.
I almost to a certain extent wish that Nintendo didn't say how much the recording was, because if you know, oh hey, I got 3 minutes of, you know, if the child's not smart enough to just disconnect when they're hearing this shit and then report right away.
Well, the child probably isn't doing the reporting. It's the parent.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is if they do something, wait 3 minutes, that something's gone.
I get that, Eric. I don't like that either. Now that it's out in the open and it's publicized, people can do whatever they want as long as it's not in the last 3 minutes.
Yeah. Try to keep that kid on for 3 minutes so it doesn't get
Right,
recorded.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's
Which
what I'm saying.
sucks.
Yeah.
So as a parent, I guess you got to tell your kids, like, hey, right? That's when the parent steps in and says, if someone does something, you get off immediately.
I think it's part of being a parent. I think that's also part of being a parent is like, I understand like knowing the limit publicly. I get it. But also like, I feel like they have to be transparent because it's a recording.
Yeah.
Like they have to tell you.
Yeah.
Because it is an actual recording and it could have video. Like they have to tell you. So I kind of feel like it's a rock and a hard place where like they legally have to tell you how much they're recording. But then also, yeah, people could take advantage of that. The biggest things on like, because it's adults aren't stupid.
I don't know.
Adults aren't stupid. If something inappropriate happens, we're disconnecting.
My thought.
Like Eric, you whip your dick out. I'm sorry, I'm ending it. Then I'm calling you on the phone, calling you a fucking.
But
my kids could have saw that. You fuck.
You know, part of me is thinking that all they have to do is let you know that they are recording. I don't know if they have to tell you that how long that recording is going to be. I don't
know what the legalese behind that is.
Right. But my assumption would just be that you have to know that they are recording.
But here's the thing. Here's also my thing. Set the 3 minute thing aside. Kids ain't going to report shit anyways.
Well, right.
Their kids could be like, a parent can get mad. It's kind of like Roblox. There's a report function, but like basically it doesn't fucking work with voice chat. Like they just did. And again, there's probably because there's an arbitrary limit on which they're recording, because they're not doing infinite recordings. The file size would be too fucking huge, especially when you have video involved. Way too fucking huge. Even at their 15 frames a second bullshit, the video files would still be way too large if it was infinite recording. So, they got to keep it within reason. And there's an automatic deletion every 24 hours, so it doesn't just eat up all your system space. But yeah, I think it's an interesting situation. My whole thing when it comes to anything to do with kids in situations is that a parent should always know what the fuck is going on. Your kid shouldn't be on voice chat if you're not home, and you should be listening in the next room. You should hear what's going on, even though you can't hear what the other person's saying. You can hear how your kid's reacting, and if your kid reacts in a way that it sounds like someone said something fucking inappropriate, you walk in and tell them get the fuck off. I've had to do it myself as a parent.
Yeah.
Parents, stop handing your kids electronics and walking away and not knowing what the fuck they're doing.
When you find out where that person lives, and you get on a plane if you have to, and you take care of that shit.
I will say he handles it himself. He doesn't go to the courtroom.
No, dude. I will say this: if somebody whips their dick out to my kids on camera on Switch too, they will no longer have a penis. But they ain't going to the legal system. You fucking pedo my kid, you're fucking done.
I don't trust the legal system to take care of it the way it should be taken care of. So just take matters into my own hands.
That happened. That happened on PlayStation 5, didn't it? Like launch year, there was some couple that got down and dirty on like video chat and got in huge trouble.
Yeah. So here's the thing. There are absolutely going to be OnlyFans models selling video chat sessions on Switch 2. Absolutely going to be selling video chat sessions. And you know what? As long as no one reports it, you're fine. So good luck. Because some kid's going to grab their parents' credit card and they're going to see some shit and they're going to be like, fuck. Why are you paying for porn? It's free. Didn't I raise you right?
That's what the parent's gonna say. Absolutely.
Yep.
Why are you paying for this shit? Anyways, no, Eric, I do understand your concern with knowing the exact time, because now that lets predators know, like, hey, if we could just kind of fucking edge it to that 3 minute mark, and the bad stuff's behind it, hey, we're gonna kind of get away with it, sort of thing. But it could be one of those. This is the one thing that's cool about it is They might not have to have the proof if you're a multiple offender reporter. Like if multiple people keep reporting you for the same thing and they don't have it on recording, a pattern gets established. And somebody might eventually obviously cut it where even if it's just 10 seconds, they caught 10 seconds, you know? So it's very finicky because obviously you're relying on trying to convince a child to stay on for an extra 3 minutes. The child's not timing how long they're on the fucking conversation for, you know? And kids are just in general pretty dumb. I was a dumb kid. I'm raising kids. Kids are dumb. It's fine to be dumb. I like being dumb. I wish I was still that dumb. I'm dumb in a completely different way, and I wish I was as dumb as a kid. Innocent, dumb, and stupid. You don't know any better because life was so much simpler back then. It just was. Even in today's complex world, you know what? If I don't know any better, life just feels simple, man. You know? Cool. Let's go ahead and get into our next topic, which is Eric.
Go ahead, take that one.
Sure.
I have an idea for the last one.
Okay. All right. So I guess I'll take this topic. Oh, shit. I have an extra topic I made notes for.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, my God. I get to show things on screen?
Yeah.
What is this? Our first time where I show things on screen. Okay. Hold on here. I'm excited for a moment, guys. We're talking about the power of the Switch 2.
Gaze into the power.
Gaze into the power, baby. That's right.
Oh yeah.
Right. Get this right. Hold on here. I don't like the way we're looking here. This is butt ugly. Can I change it? It won't let me edit it now. This is lame. Why did it let me edit it before? Oh, there we go. I just had to click on Stash Man. See, I see how this is. So we got to adjust the sizing here, and then we get. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That's the way it should be. All right. So you see this giant Eurogamer thing. You're like, what the fuck are we staring at this thing when you're blocking the ads? Yeah, I know. That's what the space is. We're talking about the final specs. Okay.
Whoops.
We have a few things that go into this. But basically, you're not going to go over this whole article. There's a lot in here. Obviously, this is the main section here where it has the actual specs of Switch 2. They claim that this stuff is all coming from Nintendo or people they know at Nintendo. So they're saying that this isn't like speculative anymore. This is like legitimately what the specs are. Whether you trust Digital Foundry and Eurogamer, different story, but they're claiming the sources are all Nintendo. So 8X, obviously the ARM Cortex A78C, nothing new there. We're gonna focus on the new stuff rather than just like the stuff that's been leaked and turns out it's correct, like the clock speeds have been leaked before. But we didn't know this. There's a max of 1.7 gigahertz on the CPU clock. That's new. We didn't know about that. Now we know on Switch 1 it was 1.785 because there were some games that let you in specific loading situations. You could downclock the GPU and then hit the max clock on CPU to increase load times on Switch 1. So this is actually this CPU clock has been hit on Switch 1 in some games. But what's interesting about the max and when you look at the CPU clocks here is I also feel like this is leaving room to potentially have different power profiles in the future that increase the clocks a little bit more. I think there's a possibility there. There's a ton of power profiles for developers on Switch 1 that they didn't have at launch that they do have today. And I think as new versions of Switch come out that are more power efficient with longer battery life, Nintendo will be more willing to like, hey, let's let people get more juice out of the system, the developers. But this is where some stuff the conversations are really happening is 2 of the CPU cores. Now again, we're trusting Digital Foundry here, are being saved for the operating system with 6 cores available to the developers. That is an extra core more than the Steam Deck, the PlayStation, and the Xbox. They only have 1 core. Now, their cores are obviously much faster. But interesting enough, 2 cores. There was only 1 core on the original Switch. Obviously, we know about the GPU architecture. You can see the power difference with the CUDA cores, a massive increase on Switch 2. No surprise there. You've seen the GPU clocks with we've seen this before, but it has a max of 1.4 gigahertz supposedly. They also note in this article that even though these are the default clocks, that it sounds like developers have the ability to actually mess with this a bit and even go above these clocks. As I said, Nintendo kind of lets some customization at times, but obviously, notably, you're going to eat into battery life. It is what it is. In dock mode, maybe not. Maybe in dock mode, maybe you get a little extra juice out of it. But so they kind of say they're hearing from developers on the dev portal that they actually have the ability to go above these clocks. But these are the default clocks anyways. Then you're seeing obviously the 128-bit LPDDR5. They do note that it actually is LPDDR5X, but it's running at the bandwidth speeds of LPDDR5. So that's why they're listing it that way, because it's not actually taking advantage of the speed advantage of LPDDR5X. Although apparently it's using an even faster module than everyone thought it was 7200, and it's actually 855. That's really cool, but they're not using the speeds. So why are they using these faster ones without using the speeds? I don't know. But that's, again, it could be future proofing for Nintendo to enable those speeds down the line. They just didn't want to enable at launch for whatever reasons, because maybe they're worried about the fact that they're saying 2 hours battery life. They wanted to make sure everything was 2 hours minimum, because saying an hour and a half, they thought maybe there'd be backlash over an hour and a half. I don't know, because that's like Steam Deck territory when it's maxed out. This is another big one that people are talking about. The 3 gigabytes are being used for reserved for the system itself, with only 9 gigabytes available out of the 12 gigabytes of RAM. That is higher than other systems as well. I think it probably has to do with game chat, because they're the only system that supports 4 individual game live streams with 4 camera streams at the same time. That's actually really RAM intensive. If you ever mess around with that on Discord and have 4 friends get together in a video call where they're all on camera and then all sharing 4 games at the same time, very RAM intensive. So I'm guessing that game chat feature could be that reason. This is one of those things where when Nintendo offloaded this last time to your cell phone, didn't have to worry about this. But, they want it local on the system. Everyone says they want it local on the system. Nintendo decided to put video in there. So there you go. That's what I think is going on. But obviously, it's still a massive increase over Switch 1. We've known this for a long time. That all of this is look, you look at these specs, it's a generational leap, easy, over the Switch 1. You can compare it to whatever other systems you want, but over Switch 1, it's a generational leap. And to hammer that point home, yesterday, some footage was shown. And we're going to go ahead and look at this footage quick, because this is official footage. This isn't like fans trying to make comparisons and not knowing the settings and worrying about YouTube compression. No, this was done by the developers. The Hogwarts Legacy pre-order trailer. It's interesting they call it a pre-order trailer, because all it is just showing, yeah, our game is way the fuck better on Switch 2. So, just hit and play here. No audio. I mean, look at that. It's night and day. It's a third-party game taking advantage of the power of Switch 2. They were able to port over the Xbox Series S version of the game, which is way better than what they did on Switch 1. Clearly showing, like, I look at this and I go, that's a generational leap. This is what we're talking about when we say, hey, a generational leap in graphic performance. This looks like a generational leap in graphics performance.
I want to point out, I love this part right here. Yeah. They literally showed how you had to have a load screen break up the bridge because it couldn't render it in. And so the footage desyncs because they're just like, yeah, the Switch 2, it's all connected world. And the Switch 1, we had to put a load screen there,
Yeah, so that's what I love about this, is that this is official footage, obviously put out. So this is not a fan trying to recreate things. And I just like looking at it because it kind of shows, we get to get into the tech specs, and we definitely will talk about that here. But I think it's important to show like what the actual differences are, whether or not this is more powerful than a PS4 Pro or wherever it lands in comparison to other platforms. The bottom line is that was Switch 1 versus Switch 2, and it showed a massive generational leap in capabilities. And that's, I think, the important part here, because we're in this generation with PlayStation 5 where some people aren't really seeing that leap from PlayStation 4 Pro. They're not feeling it when they look at the games. It doesn't feel like a leap. This does feel like a leap. And this is what we talked about a long time ago, that Switch 2, no matter what the power was going to have this advantage of, okay, well, it's going to look like jumping from a PS3 to a PS4, which people remember being a pretty big fucking leap. And that's what we're seeing now. And so it just, for people who played Switch 1, it's going to feel like such a huge leap forward. So that being said, there's other facets and avenues we can go to. What are you guys feeling about the specs? How are you feeling about the one official comparison we have showing, hot damn, I mean, the Switch 1, God, it looked like playing on fucking PS2 or some shit with that game. It did not look very good on impressive. It ran there. Maybe an impossible port. I don't know. Let's throw it over to Sandstorm. How we feeling?
Man, so I'm gonna go backwards. I'm gonna talk about Hogwarts first and then talk about this. It's funny because even now when I look at it, now we're all past the age where we all had a PlayStation 1 in mind, but I look at this and to me it looks like the PlayStation 1 version of like Harry Potter versus like the I wouldn't even say PS2, but like the PS3 version if there was of like Harry Potter, and you're like, whoa, like there's a whole lot missing in this. Like where is that in this one and that one in this one? So I think it's really cool that we, like you said, we've gotten a full generational leap. You know, not even looking at the numbers, just game for games. And I really, honestly, at the end of the day, I think over any stats and any numbers, over any of that stuff, it's about the games. Like, if you can see the difference in the games or how they're played or how you interact with them, that's the true detector of like how far has this system gone before the previous one. So with that being said, yeah, like the fact that there is no loading screen when you go into Hogsmeade, I think there's another loading screen in that game. Is it?
Every time you go into like a room in Hogwarts, there's like a load.
Yeah, that's wild. So you're not getting any of that. Like you're getting the version that basically everybody else got. And I think that's huge for those of us who already played the game and didn't have to worry about that and now want to play on the go, and for those who like that was their experience to do play it on the Switch over anything else. Now you kind of get to see it in its true open worldness. With that being said, the specs, I think the specs are good. I think the spec. Let me bring it back. I think the specs are great for what they need to be as a hybrid system. I tweeted this out earlier today, and it still holds to me, is that like it's crazy how if you go back to the Switch time, how far quote unquote like graphics and all that other stuff looked for the system outside of Nintendo doing the work, but for like third parties and stuff like that, and like how fast they've caught up to not just them, but like, even the PC market, the PC handhelds, how fast they've caught up to like the PS5s and your Xbox Series S's and your Series X's with a fraction of the amount of wattage that they need in order to make these games run like that. I think that's bananas. Like that is crazy in itself. And so to see a system like this, a lot of us didn't know, 1080p was like on the shelf of whether that was going to even happen as far as like handheld. And I think a lot of people were fine if it was like 720. That's okay. It's in your hands. We're not really going to see that. We got 1080. Great. When we heard about 120 frames, it was like, whoa, okay, now we're talking about something completely different at this point. A lot of people were like, 4K probably ain't gonna happen. 1440p, let's keep our mind on that number. That's the one that we want to be. 4K 60. Whoa, wait a minute. Okay, now we're talking about something different here. So, as far as I know a lot of people are like bringing up the whole RAM thing as a big deal. With 9 available to games, that's still more, if I'm not mistaken, than a Xbox Series S.
Yeah, they have 8.
Yeah. So you're in a good spot. You're in a good spot. I also firmly believe that whatever is coming up next for the next systems, I don't think they're going to be like this huge number. We're not doubling. It's not going to be 24 gigs of RAM. I hope it's not. I feel like that's dumb at this point. 36, 32, 64. We're not dealing with computers. And
$1,000.
And it's crazy because a lot of things, I want to say this, a lot of stuff that I'm seeing online, these specs have showed up all over Twitter. And the thing that I'm seeing often online is the comparison to both the 2050 and the 3050, because the 3050 has DLSS, and it's like, oh, that was a trash system or a trash GPU for for even laptops. Like it was crash. It was trash. It was work. It was the worst thing ever. But the thing to keep in mind is that one, consoles don't run the same as laptops by any means. They don't have to keep up the workload of having an operating system that bulky and that heavy always running in the background. That's not a thing for them. Two, this is a hybrid on top of that. So a lot of those GPUs don't run at a fraction of the wattage in the first place. You're not going to get any of those games to run like that. And when you do, like when you see like Digital Foundry or anybody else trying to come up with these numbers and try to give the same amount of wattage, it runs terrible. But it runs terrible because they're not using a system that is dedicated solely for that. Like, that's not it. That's not the thing. They say this is the closest that we can get to it with what we got. But the closest that you get is still like the gap, right?
And those chips were never built for that power efficiency either. So they're not even running efficient when you lower it to that.
Right. So now it's like if you're trying to guesstimate before the system comes out, you can't do it. You can only take what Nintendo shows you, what all these other developers are showing you. That's what you have to take. You can't use anybody else's logic or comparisons or anything like that of how great or how not great the system is going to be until the system actually comes out. That's the only way you're going to do it. So I say, as far as everything that they need in this system, they got it. Like DLSS, you needed that. I firmly believe you needed some sort of AI post-processing for the system for the future, because that's where the whole market is going. I won't even say the part of the console market, the whole market. The PCs have already been into it for years and years now. Sony is trying to come up with their own version of it. Like, it's just a thing that needed to happen. So now that it's actually baked into the system, and we're seeing it used well, because people didn't even know that it was using DLSS when it was using DLSS. So I say all that to say we're good. This is what we wanted. This is what we wanted, boys and girls. Don't pretend like we didn't. This is exactly what we wanted.
All right. Sounds good. Before we get to the next person, I just want to toss this in. You guys know Gearbox, right? Borderlands 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Big game. It's coming to Switch 2. Fortunately, not day and date with everyone else. Still this year. Still don't know when. They did a creator's voice thing, which I thought was really interesting because it's for a game that we don't have a release date for. It's the first one they've done it for a game without a release date. Okay. And in there, Gearbox's Randy Pitchford was glowing about Switch 2 and said some interesting stuff. He said, Nintendo Switch 2 has been a joy to work with. It's very powerful. This is his words. It's an incredible machine in a very tight form factor. And we love being on the bleeding edge with our graphics and the experience that we're creating. And the Nintendo Switch 2 makes all that possible. We don't feel like we're fighting the system. We feel like the system's enabling us and empowering us to make the best version of Borderlands 4 that we can. As a game developer, it's awesome. And so just kind of throwing in, like, as much as people want to slam on the specs and stuff, look, we saw the Hogwarts Legacy with our own eyes. Massive improvement. We've seen Street Fighter 6 fool people into thinking it's a native when it's not, because it just looks that damn good. We've seen, Final Fantasy 7 integrate the PlayStation 5 version. Doesn't exist on PS4, coming over, and then them basically guaranteeing that the rest of the games are coming as well, including Rebirth, which, by the way, Rebirth only ever existed on PS5. Not a version of it. It's only ever been there. So the system clearly is plenty capable. And that's what we're hearing from these developers. They seem excited to put their games there. They don't feel like they're fighting the system. And I know some people might point out, like, Cyberpunk obviously maybe doesn't run quite as well as other platforms. But again, they look, we saw how they launched it on PS4.
They took that thing away.
let me mention this just in case people don't know, but this came up a lot in my comments on my Cyberpunk video from the Switch 2 experience, and I've had to point this out to a lot of people. They're like, yeah, but it runs at 60 FPS on Series S. So let me just remind everyone here that it took a little over 2 years to optimize the Series S to run at 60 frames. It was a patch that came 2 years after release. So if we're already here right now, the game hasn't even come out yet.
Yeah.
I feel pretty good about how the optimization looks going forward for this game.
Yeah, and they said it went gold and that there's a performance patch at launch. Okay, here's the thing, guys. A year from now, 2 years from now, the game's going to run even better. Like that's the thing is like, yeah, it's 30, 40 at launch for quality and performance mode. It could hit 60 maybe a year from now. We'll see. It depends on how much work they plan to put into it, or if they're just shifting everything over to Witcher 4 and whatever's going on with that, which could be what they're focusing on and trying to get that to run really, really well on Switch 2 at launch. Because again, we have Witcher 3. I think there's no reason not to expect Witcher 4 to come over. Just like I think we should expect the next Elder Scrolls to come over as well, because we had Skyrim. There's no reason. I do believe the Oblivion remake or remaster is going to be coming over as well. We'll see if it gets announced this summer. But yeah, it's one of those things that the developers are saying good things. The games are looking really good. I just feel like this system is good enough. And a lot of people talk about the PlayStation 6, like, oh, it's going to be coming out in 2 or 3 years. Yeah, maybe. So when are they going to stop making cross-gen games? Another 5 years later? Okay, well, at that point, the Switch 2 has been out for 8 years. So,
Here we go again.
We're already talking about Switch 3, right? So, like, it's one of those things like, okay, so by the time they stop doing cross-gen, we're at the end of the generation anyways. So what are we doing? Like, what? Like, this is the thing. Like, it is what it is. I'm not really that concerned about future third-party games. But I want to get some thoughts on this. I watch your videos all the time, but like, you never get a chance to deep dive into it because there's so much news going on. So what are you thinking about the power here?
No, I'm it's funny because what you just said was one of like the key points that I was going to bring up in my head, which is that I feel like this is exactly as powerful as it needs to be to have Nintendo run all of the current generation AAA games that will be released on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and it's not going to be a problem for them to have any of those. And with Nintendo Switch 2, you get to take it on the go with you. And by the only reason to have a concern about these specs is if you are concerned about the new consoles coming out and immediately outclassing. Now we're back in a Switch situation where maybe it's a cloud port, maybe it doesn't come over at all. Listen, maybe 2027, but between 2027 and 2028, the new consoles start to come out, and the cross-gen period will be so long for those consoles that before there is really a meaningful difference in the new, exclusive games, we're going to be 5 years in plus to the console generation. I really do think that that's in Nintendo's favor. I also think that the operating system thing, to dive into that a little bit, that's more RAM than I would have anticipated, to be fair. I really was hoping the developers would have at least access to 10. But, at the same time, and Digital Foundry brought this up, and who knows how many developers are really voicing concerns around it, but it is a valid talking point. They have a simulation thing for game chat where you can simulate basically 4, cameras go in and the full max load, so you can see how that impacts games. And according to Digital Foundry, that's like an area of concern for developers. I could see some top tier games that look incredible that we're just now getting on the current gen consoles, like your GTA 6 and like your, maybe even Monster Hunter Wilds. I know like that one people were talking about even on the PS5 Pro and stuff. Like it's running good, but like it's one of those games that's definitely built for next gen and it's not super optimized right now. I could see that potentially having, you have to make some sacrifices on the Switch 2 version with the game chat being as, heavy as it is. But overall, I'm feeling really good. After seeing these specs, I feel more excited to get the Switch 2 in my hands. And I didn't, Sandstorm, you brought it up, but man, I did not think Nintendo was going 120 FPS on the screen on this thing. I mean, whenever we talked about that there was a leak that came out that suggested that. And I said, listen, guys, I want this to be a real leak. It sounds too good to be true. 1080p, 120 FPS in handheld mode from Nintendo when nobody's really talking, like console market's not talking 120 FPS at all, pretty much. I was like, that just doesn't sound right. And that's what we got. So, to hear the developer comments too from Gearbox, like that's another reassuring thing. This is a modern day brand new game that's coming out for only the current gen systems. The developers are like, I'm not held back by the Switch 2. I'm empowered by it. That Final Fantasy series coming, we're talking about the third game, not even, Rebirth, but past that, they're confident enough to say the remake series is coming over to the Switch 2. So whatever the dev kits that they have in their hands right now, they're confident enough that the broad scope of their current games can run on this thing. And you can just so happen to take them with you also. Like, come on, and nobody else. And I know there's some rumors that Sony and Microsoft both, Microsoft has a leaked like handheld that they're partnered with somebody on right now. But like Nintendo's still the only company offering native take it with you gameplay experience outside of the Steam Deck, which is in a totally separate, handheld PC class. So to have it from a console manufacturer, we get to take all of these modern day AAA games on the go with us anywhere. And the fact that they're getting them to run as efficiently and effectively as they are, and utilizing the tools like DLSS that we knew were going to be huge, but I honestly think it's bigger than what we thought it was, because these comparison videos and stuff and people trying to say they think it's running at a higher resolution than it actually is because of DLSS, but they can't spot that DLSS was being utilized for it. Like Digital Foundry multiple times saying the DLSS wasn't in a game, and then it turns out, no, it was there the entire time. Like that's the kind of magic we're seeing Nintendo pull off already. And these are literally the launch lineup of games. Yeah. We're not talking about 2-3 years in when you can get a lot of extra juice out of console. You're telling me that Nintendo could have created Tears of the Kingdom right when the Switch got into their hands? No, that took, years and years, and obviously a lot of time of development and optimization. And they got where Link could literally drop from the top Sky Tower all the way down to the grounds beneath Hyrule. Like, no loading. Like advancements get made in the development cycle and tools come out to help you, enhance things further. So, I just think if this is how we're starting out the Switch 2 generation, I'm not one of those people who's worried about this being dated hardware out of the gate. Like this is looking really good so far, in my opinion. Not to mention the last thing real quick. I think people are also underselling the fact that this does legitimately have some Lovelace level features from the 40 series GPU cards and the way it's laid out architecture wise. Everybody agrees that this is not just a standard NVIDIA chip like the Tegra X1 was the Tegra X1, but just put in a Nintendo Switch. This is something that was custom made for Nintendo Switch 2 from NVIDIA, and I think that that's going to give them some advantages too when people are concerned about the current comparisons out there, like you were saying too, Sandstorm with like the 2050s downclocked and stuff like that. Like games are looking really good so far, and I think we're in a good spot with this. Yeah, and Digital Foundry did note that hey, like they keep talking to themselves about PS4 comparisons, and then it's like, hey, this is like early days. Later in the life, like that's when things start to get impressive. Mm-hmm. And I'll give them some credit too, because it seems like the last couple, like at least this spec video that I watched, they were really trying to say like we're at the point. You got to look at the games, guys, because I think they even realize with these finalized specs and the custom chipset, they're like these tests that people were trying to put together to say this is what it's going to be is just clearly not accurate. Yeah, and they almost didn't even want to bring up teraflops because they've already gone over the flopflation, and it's not just the flopflation. There's how bad of a metric it actually is to determine real world game performance. Yeah, they seem to be backing off of some of their more bolder takes they were having just like a few weeks ago. And now they're kind of like, you know what? Let's just wait because we're even being fooled. So we're getting caught in a bunch of gotchas. And it's like, you know what? Maybe like we gotta let the games talk for themselves. And we just gotta wait till this thing's out, which is really the best way to do it. And look, I think Digital Foundry is a very valuable place for when games are out. Mm-hmm. Getting accurate information. I think they're very good at it. But the fact that they're getting fooled, even when they're like experts at this, is actually just
People use it as oh, well, LOL, it's running at 540p. Motherfucker, if you can't tell the fucking difference, does it matter?
Right.
I got
what's
comments
scary
on that.
Oh, go ahead.
Just obviously like being at the Switch 2 experience and seeing everything in person, which I've tried to drill that in everyone's head in all the videos, right? Is that seeing it in person is different. Seeing the HDR, they're using HDR in a way that I haven't seen PlayStation or Xbox use it. They really specialize in the lighting aspect of the HDR, where Nintendo is going the other route and they're using the wide color gamut for the HDR. And the way the colors pop is like nothing I've seen before. And it's not because of the displays there. It's not like they have some super advanced TVs. In fact, I presume it's going to look even better here at home. So I'm very excited. But I got to say that like Digital Foundry caused so much bullshit in like all of my comments on my videos because everyone's like, well, Digital Foundry said this. And, you were saying it looks really good. And I'm like, yeah, Digital Foundry is not gospel. Last time I checked, neither is IGN. Okay.
Yep.
Wait till you see it for yourself in person and then make the judgment. But you can't make a judgment call based on YouTube compression. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro.
Yeah.
Like, use your brain, please. And so it's just the people that want to like console war, right, in the comments, which is fine. But it's just like, come on, dude. The point is that these games in person, they look amazing. I get a lot of questions like, well, what resolution is it running at? And I reply to a lot of them, does it matter if the game looks great? Right? And it doesn't. And so great that Digital Foundry finally came to that conclusion. I think in the last, day or two, they finally said what really matters is how the games look, which is, I think, what I've been saying my whole life. So really happy they finally came to that conclusion in 2025. Just want to throw that out there.
The other thing that's kind of scary to think about with that is that, like, they were fooled by third-party games. Like, and we've always known third-party games to not be, depending on who the developer is, not look as nice as the first-party games.
Yeah.
And so you're being fooled by a third-party game with DLSS. Imagine what it's going to be like down the road for the rest of these developers that may be better in the graphical area, or even Nintendo themselves is like, okay, we really got this down now.
Well, yeah, it's the Nintendo, it's the Retro, it's Monolith Soft. It's guys like that we talked about last year, right? The ones that are going to pull off the technical wizardry that they've been known for their entire company history, right? Retro has always put out beautiful games, right? So to think about what the games will look like we talked about Luigi's Mansion 4, right? It was a technical showpiece on the GameCube. And then again, it happened here on the Switch. Became one of the most beautiful games on Switch. Fully expect the same thing here. But the jump's going to be massive because this is such a huge jump. That's, again, another thing that we've all talked about. All of us. Sombra, I know you've talked about on your channel too, is about the big jump that we're going to get from Switch to Switch 2. Like that in and of itself is like the biggest jump we've seen with any Nintendo console, sans going from Super Nintendo to 64. Because that was, of course, revolutionary. But if you're talking 2D to 2D, 3D to 3D, this is a bigger jump for sure. So the gains are going to be massive. Like, I see the specs and I'm like, yeah, I'm fully affluent. I know what all this means, but I also don't care because I know what I saw, and this is just the beginning. These are the launch games. We all know how this works. The games look better as each year goes on. Again, there's so much like common sense that's being thrown out the window with Switch 2. It has me concerned for society, like as a whole.
That's the better point, is what's going on with the internet right now.
Yeah.
That's a whole new conversation. If people, by the way, if people are wondering where I walked away to, I have cookie dough bites and brownie bites somewhere as Stash is over there eating his fucking M&Ms. I bought them like 2 or 3 weeks ago at the candy shop, and I only let myself have a little bit here and there, but I haven't had any of them. So I'm like, I can't find them. I had a bag with everything in. It was in my office. It's gone. It's gone. I text my fiance, I'm eating them right now. I'm like, fucking.
That sucks.
So while I was gone in Boston, she came in my office to grab the fucking bag and start eating it. I'm like, God damn it. I mean, you know, I haven't had any of them, right? Like, don't eat all of them. Leave me at least one. Give me a taste. Yeah. Anyway, it's fine. I'm on a diet, so I literally stay away from the sweet stuff. I was about to have the sucker, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to do the sucker, but I will do a couple of cookie dough bites. Now, fuck. Anyways, all right, Eric, what are you thinking about the specs and all this mumbo jumbo the devs are saying and showing?
Yeah, no, I'm excited about the power and the possibilities that it unlocks and stuff like that. The only thing I worry about is how fast is this battery going to drain? that's I play my Switch mostly handheld.
Is it time to get a grip this gen and then get the Genki expansion battery?
I'm definitely thinking of it. But
Eric,
yeah,
this will charge your Switch 2 10 times.
Yeah,
on one charge.
The Genki one?
Mm-hmm. No, this is the one I reviewed. INIU
one. Yeah.
It was like $60, and you know what I'm saying? Like, just I was talking about this with Michaela. I said a lot of people were concerned about the battery, and I'm like, do you really think you're going to be away from like electricity for that long if you have something, you know, like this?
Yeah. No.
In what scenario? If you go camping, maybe, right? But if you're camping, are you really going to be playing video games the whole time? Or are we going to go touch some grass?
Right. No, it's not that I, obviously can play.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in general, Eric.
Yeah. No, I know, but it's still a concern. You know, it's how fast is this battery going to go bye-bye? You know, we don't know yet. But that's kind of my only concern. But you know, it's everything that's being reported. It seems like she's powerful and can handle a lot of things that we didn't think would be possible in a portable system. So it's exciting.
I don't know how credible the battery reports were, but I saw one circulating that it was in line with the OG Switch V1, not V2, which I think was 6 hours or like up to 2.5 to 6 hours, something like that.
It was a half hour ahead on the lower end. But it's interesting because my V1 Switch, I never got 2.5 hours on the low end. If I was playing Breath of the Wild, no. No, yeah. I didn't even really hit 2 hours.
It really depends the game you're playing at the end of it. Yeah. And I'm sure with the Switch 2, it's going to depend on if you're running things 120 FPS or not. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure that will be a factor. Yeah, and what's the scale of the game you're playing and all of that. But if you can get close to a couple hours battery life with the original version of it, and you're getting these type of games on there, pretty solid. And battery packs are super cheap now.
Oh, so that's good. Sure. And they actually probably won't break your system this time.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I really like the battery pack route, honestly, because it's like you can use that for anything. Your phone, your laptop. It's super useful for a variety of things. So it's like, you know, if you look at how many years we've had Switch, 8 years, you get a battery pack, you'll never have to worry about this. You can literally charge it for 10 times the battery life. You could play for like probably 20 or 30 hours straight. One charge. I think it's worth it. I think that's a low key an accessory people should look into if they play a ton of handheld gameplay. Yeah. Like you'll think yourself.
Yeah.
I got this just made me think of this thing called the Joy Dock, which was for a glasses sponsor video I did a while back.
Yeah.
Which one is that? A Ray Neo, I think.
Is it the Ray Neo ones?
Yeah, the Ray Neo 2s. Well, anyway, I like the glasses they're actually really cool. But the battery pack straight up has an attachment on the back, and I have it slid off right now, but it just can clip onto the back of your Switch, or in my case, the OLED model too. So it adds some heft to it, obviously. But then you have your multiple USB-C ports. You can just keep it charged as you play, and it's something crazy. I can't remember how many times it charges it over, but it's designed to be able to power the glasses also without a dock or without, an extra like you plug the glasses into this too. But you could also just use this as a crazy extension for the battery life of your Switch. They literally make stuff that attaches to it if you want to get crazy with it,
Yeah, and Switch 2 uses a standard power draw over USB-C this time, unlike Switch 1. So pretty much any battery bank should be fine to charge it while playing. Obviously, battery life is always going to be a concern for people that want things to be ultra portable all the time. It'll never be as bad as Game Gear back in the day.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
I know. Or
four double A's.
The TurboGrafx handheld.
Yeah.
And I only say it because my friend has one.
Yeah.
And that is the worst one, worse than Game Gear, especially if you throw that TV tuner on it.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. It's one of those things where your battery life is always a concern. I think in general, most people will be above the 2 hours. But yeah, if you're playing Cyberpunk, you probably 2 hours or a little under. It is what it is, unless you have a battery bank. I know when I do take my my Switch anywhere, I almost always have a battery bank around anyways. So it tends to not be a big deal. But for kids and everything that aren't probably carrying that kind of stuff around with them, yeah, I get it. A couple hours can be a bit of a bummer. I also think this is one of those things where future versions like the Lite and the OLED or Pro or whatever they make, XL, it's probably going to have better battery life. They're probably going to shrink the chip, get better battery efficiency, and increase battery life just like they did on Switch. So, but whatever. I'm not that concerned about the battery life, but it is a valid thing that Eric brought up because some people are, and there are solutions out there, but it costs money. That's the thing. Like whether it's a normal battery bank or you want the convenience of, like Sombro was saying, attaching to the back of the system. It's really cool that Glass's battery bank does. And as I said, I know Genki has a design of a case that you put on, and that allows you to basically attach a battery bank to the back.
I think all their cases have that in there.
Yeah, it does. It's like a MagSafe sort of system. Not exactly MagSafe. I'm not saying it works with all MagSafe accessories. That I don't know. I haven't tested it myself, but I did see it in person, and I saw it attached to the back. I'm like, oh, that's actually pretty cool. Little expensive. They want quite a bit of money for the amount that's in that battery bank, but it does conveniently attach. And most battery banks aren't going to attach, right? They're not going to have the MagSafe stuff in it. So,
I was looking at the size of that and was like, why couldn't they just put that battery in the Switch?
Well, if you want to say fuck you in your battery life, you can take it apart and put it in a higher capacity battery.
I mean, there is that.
They probably won't be available day one.
Yeah.
But like probably a few months later, you'll be able to find some higher capacity ones on Amazon if you want to modify your system before. Maybe wait till the warranty's done before you do that. But I've done some Switch repairs before where people say, replace the battery. I'm like, what do you want me to give you? Like the same battery? Like, you want me to use a third party one? I can give you more capacity. I can give you 3,000 extra milliamp hours on this sumbitch. Oh, that'll fit in there? Oh yeah, it fits in there. Dude, you don't know what they do with battery tech this day. It's going to be a bit more expensive. I'm telling you. You'll get like an extra 3 hours of life, man. So yeah, then there are people. By the way, those modifications Nintendo cannot detect. Just to let you know, if you put the higher capacity battery in, that is not something they're detecting on their end. So you're not gonna get your system bricked. Okay, calm down over there.
Don't brick my system, bro.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, those modifications don't. It's when you do like the hard mods or the soft mods. Those are the kind of things that they get. But no, the little battery stuff that's never, they can't detect it. It's just power delivery. That's all it is. Okay. Who is it going to? Game Bird. That's right. We got to end with the Game Turd Classic.
All right, keeping it turdy.
Hardcore graphics bitch over there.
Absolutely. No, this is I've said it before on the show. I don't care about power. I find it one of the least interesting parts of a new console launch. Oh man, how obnoxious. You mentioned teraflops earlier. I remember what gen was that? Was that Xbox One? and stuff when they just talked about teraflops the whole time. I'm like, okay, cool, I guess.
We have the
Means
most
nothing to me.
smart
That being said, I think the power of Switch 2 is amazing. I think it is awesome, and I'm stoked for it. I've been saying for like the last 2.5 years, both on my channel. I think I even had discussions on Andres Restart's channel multiple times, kind of saying the same thing, is that my hope for Switch 2 is that it's powerful enough that it can release current third-party titles that aren't packaged with some sort of apology, whether it's that Vaseline look or just trash frame rate. And we're getting that. We've already seen it with multiple games. Cyberpunk looks fantastic, runs great. Hogwarts, we all looked at that, running great, looking great. Oh my gosh, Final Fantasy VII Remake. We've also had teases that Square wants to bring that whole trilogy over, and those games are stunning. So I think that the power level of Switch 2 is absolutely perfect. And, contrary to what most people want, or maybe not most people, but a lot of vocal people, I was hoping that Switch 2 wouldn't be too powerful. I didn't want a Switch 2 that was as powerful as PS5. I didn't want it. Multiple reasons. Obviously, price is a huge issue. Obviously, Switch 2 was going to be a hybrid console. So making something at the power level of a PS5 and making it hybrid, you're looking at big, big bucks. So that's never fun. The second part of this is that I love that Nintendo's been behind on power, because what it's allowed Nintendo to do is to have a consistent nonstop launch cycle of amazing first-party games with great AA games to prevent massive gaming droughts. This isn't console wars. This isn't fanboyism. I'm a huge PlayStation fan. This was literally like, I was so scared that I was going to snag one of these controllers. I'm a big PlayStation fan. I got to say, I'm royally disappointed with the PS5. Amazing exclusives are so few and far between. And the thought of having a Nintendo console right now that's chasing that power dream and getting those big droughts, that sucks to me. And we're getting diminishing returns. PS6, if they're smart, they're not trying to do that. Oh, the PS6 is 10 times more powerful than the PS5. If they're smart, the power is going to be similar, and they're going to chase like advancing like AI when it comes to character behavior in the games, and their approach to smarter storytelling and some of those more interesting aspects that are going to move gameplay forward. I think the power is fantastic. Switch 3 can make a mild jump forward, and you're going to continue to see those diminishing returns. This is a great power placement. I'm not worried about third party as we enter the PlayStation 6. I don't need to dive into that issue. I think you guys explained it perfectly. By the time those consoles come out and the cross-gen stuff starts to wane, I mean, we're going to be deep into it. There's going to be a huge install base. Nintendo games are going to keep looking better and better. Like you said, use the perfect term, Stash. Nintendo wizardry. They work magic on their hardware, and they bring games with art styles and visuals that feel like they're on the competing consoles. It's wild. So I have no fears at all from first party. And I think we got exactly what I wanted from this, which was a console that can bring on day and date, or maybe at a slightly later time, those big third-party ports, or just not even ports. Regarding Gearbox's Borderlands 4, they clarified this ain't no port. This is a Switch 2 version of the game. That they said the console had great power. They didn't have to fight against it. I think this console is doing exactly what it needs to do. I think it's going to have a great and amazing third-party lineup on it. I think we're going to see the big third-party games like Borderlands, the Final Fantasy games. Then I think we're going to see those great second party and AA games like Triangle Strategy and Octopath Traveler that work and look amazing on it. And then we're just going to get our minds blown with the big Monolith games and Zeldas and Marios and all that good stuff. So I think we're going to be eating good this gen. I'm looking forward to Nintendo kind of like easing into the power each generation, us getting those that gap dwindling with the diminishing returns. We're right where we need to be, and I'm really glad they didn't go overkill and charge us $800. Although if you're some YouTubers on YouTube, you might already believe that Switch 2 costs $700-800. But
there you go.
Hey, Gamebird, I want to add on to your real quick because you made a great point that it's funny because it would sound like if you say you don't want a console to get too powerful, that sounds weird, but not tied so much to the price point. I think what's really key that you brought up is that when every other console was kind of in a gaming drought, like we had monthly releases essentially
every month
from Nintendo. Yeah. I mean, even towards the end of an 8-year-old console generation.
Absolutely.
Know? And so like to be able to look forward to a first party in-house Nintendo published game essentially once per calendar month is crazy. And I think they will keep that up in the Switch 2 generation. Zeldas, Marios, those are going to be, maybe spread out to 1 to 2 maximum per generation for the main line. But we have all these other studios that can do the smaller projects at the same time. And I'm happy to go buy a full-length game that's 30-40 hours and then I'm done with it. Not everything has to be this massive scope of a 10-year project. Like we continue to talk about waiting for GTA 6 and we don't even know if that will, I think that's cool for a once in a generation thing to happen occasionally, but I don't like me being a PS5 guy. I also have felt like I've played that system so much less than I anticipated playing it this console generation. And, a lot of it, I think, just straight up on Sony for green lighting 10 different live service titles and then canceling most of them, right? But at the same time, we are at that point of diminishing returns in a console visual fidelity standpoint. And Nintendo's right where, like, we could stay here from, I don't know. It's nice to get things that look nicer, run better and all of that, but we could stay here and I'd really be good for the foreseeable future,
Right. And I want to clarify too, there's nothing wrong with beautiful graphics. I love beautiful graphics. It's a huge plus. It's just like when I think of like the totem pole of what's really important when it comes to a console, for me personally, and I know everyone's different, power is lower on that totem pole. I actually find, what I find more interesting than the power of Switch 2? Mouse mode, because it's directly going to affect the games that I play and the ways that I can play, unique experiences, or the improved quality playing first-person shooters like Metroid Prime 4. But yeah, it's wild, and I don't know that Nintendo had the foresight, way back in the Wii days, to know like, hey, if we don't chase power, we're going to be able to have a more consistent flow of software, and it's going to lead to us being able to have more impactful generational jumps. But it has, it inevitably has. And I don't know. I think that it's also put them in a position where when they come out with a big game, it's not a matter of, hey, if this game isn't like a smash hit, we've got to shut down the studio. The risk, there's a lot less risk, which is wild. They're spending less and making better, like they legitimately are.
Yeah.
When you look at like the quality, so many of the big AAA games, they're stunning. A lot of them are really buggy and broken, or filled with cash shops and microtransactions. Like we're eating good with Nintendo. So I just want to make sure I mention, like, I do like nice graphics. I'm not trying to say you shouldn't like them. It's just
you hate graphics.
The games. Graphics are nice, but what are the games? PlayStation 5 boasts some pretty impressive graphics, but man, if Ghost of Yotei got delayed this year, there's no other exclusive this year.
Yeah, that's crazy. It is. I'm going to add on this last thing, and then I got to bounce out of here. But a perfect game that is both graphics and excellent new gameplay experience and story and everything is Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I so hope that developer interview with him kind of teasing, like, I guarantee you they have an offer to build it for Switch 2 and get a dev kit and all of that if that hasn't already started. That would be the perfect game to bring over to Switch 2, and I certainly hope it happens. But it was one that reminded me that, wait a minute, having really nice graphics in a game with a great story and a great, visual layout for how the menus, you feel so engaged in a turn-based game. It's crazy what they pulled off. I can't sing that game's praises enough. Definitely think that people need to check it out, whether you're a fan of turn-based RPGs or not, because the real-time mechanics with the jump, dodge, and parry, it's a whole nother level for me. I'm like super invested, but I'm only in the beginning. I'm literally wrapping up Act 1 as we speak. So
nice. We're like
Anyways.
in roughly the same spot. I will double dip for sure.
Yeah. Oh, I totally would. And it's one of those games too that sometimes I do just want to play it on like in handheld mode. You know what I mean? I really wish that was a thing right now. So I do think that would be a great fit for Switch 2. But yeah, guys,
please bring it over, please.
Let's hope. But Nate, thanks for having me on, man.
No
I
problem,
appreciate you coming back.
Hell yeah, dude.
Love having you on. Now I'll see you on everyone else's podcast for the next 6 months before you come back.
We'll make it way sooner than that. Post Switch 2 launch, we'll hook something up, man. So
all right, sounds good. Yeah, I'll be reaching out for invites for the next 3 months anyways soon. So all right, man. Thanks for coming on.
Good night, Sunbro.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night. We'll see you.
Cheers.
There you go. Thank you, Joycey, for dropping the link in the chat. If you guys want to watch the same content I make, go watch Sunbro Nation.
Hell yeah.
But the thing is, he actually does it better than me, so it's cool. What do we got here? I think it's time for Eric's surprise topic.
It depends on you.
No, it's you. Now we're good.
Okay.
What's the surprise topic, buddy?
Okay.
Nervous.
Well,
I know. I'm nervous.
We're gonna be talking about review bombing.
Ooh.
That's a good
I know where we're going with this.
Yeah. Moon Studios, Thomas Mahler, was quoted saying something along the lines of,
he did say it. It was on Twitter.
He said it. That basically they could be leaning towards shutting down because of the review bombing of their latest game. So, and he's kind of walked that back a little bit after saying that.
A lot of it. The really crazy tweet.
Yeah. But apparently the review bombing stems from what I'm reading here is basically somebody asked him his opinion on the Russia-Ukraine war and basically said, because we're a video game company, not a journalistic outlet, basically they're going to stay out of it and they don't need to make a public stance on it. And so people were review bombing for that. Man, review bombing, what are your thoughts on it? Is there a right time to do it? What are your thoughts?
So I'll just start here. Obviously, this is a very interesting story because this person's very outspoken. The guy who runs, this is the CEO who runs Moon Studios. For those who don't know who Moon Studios is, Ori.
Yep.
Ori. That's what they're known for. Okay. Their most recent game they had come out didn't review as well, even critically. From reviewers, got like 7s compared to the Oris that were up in the 8s. So it's maybe like the worst project they've put out, but reviewers are not saying that it's a bad game. It's just that it's okay, and that's fine, right? As he clarifies, that Moon Studios here is like, hey, we're not going away. We're gonna be fine this time. It's more of like, if this continues to happen, there could be problems down the line if our future releases end up having this happen. And it's all because of comments he made on the Russia-Ukraine war is what led to a lot of the review bombing. I think what's interesting about the review bombing stuff is I don't think it should happen just because you disagree with people's religious, political stances or whatever the case may be. You're not judging the game for the game. You're judging people that you just disagree with their stances on. And yes, this person's very outspoken. He brings up a lot of stuff that I don't really necessarily want to cover on this particular podcast.
That's probably kind of
because he goes into a lot
around it.
Yeah, like some of the stuff, again, it's going to come down to personal opinions whether you agree with his stances or not. But the thing with review bombing is it's nothing new. It's been around for a long time. More recently, it's been mostly over disagreements about political or ideological kind of stuff. And that I always think that sort of review bombing is terrible and horrendous. Hogwarts Legacy had it because people don't like J.K. Rowling because of her stance on trans stuff. And I totally understand why you could be upset about that stuff, but you're not helping people make decisions on buying the game. You're not telling them if the game's good or not. You haven't played it. You're just putting your political stance in there, which you're more than willing to stand on principle. Don't buy the game. But I don't think you have the right to tell other people what to do. And I feel like the thing is, some people trust user reviews more than the media reviews. That's just the way it goes, because some people just don't trust mainstream media, not having a bias because they get the games for free very often. Ads for these games run on their websites and on their YouTube channels. I want to tell you guys right now, if it's not an ad I bake into a video, I don't control it. I have no control over YouTube's ads. Sometimes Nintendo Switch 2 ads play on my videos. They're not paying me. I mean, they are technically, I guess, because that ad
In a
ran.
roundabout way.
But I don't know where AdSense money comes from. The YouTube doesn't tell us what companies are running ads on our channel. So I don't know. I only know about the ads that I bake in, like with a sponsorship. And no, Nintendo's never sponsored any of my videos. So it's interesting talking about the review bombing, because my stance is always like, unless the review bombing is because the game is actually terrible.
But then that wouldn't be review bombing.
Well, it is review bombing because you're bombing it because it sucks. It'd be like the right reason to bomb it.
That's just reviewing it.
Well, but here's the problem. Review bombing happens with people who aren't playing the game. So it's not reviewing the game if you're bombing it because you didn't play it because your friends say it sucks.
All right, yeah.
It's still review bombing, but review bombing happens usually because of politically or religious or whatever driven reasons. I hate the practice. I think it's stupid. I don't think it educates anyone. When people go to Metacritic and they see a really, really low review bomb, they don't know what the fuck's going on. You're not explaining anything to them. Most of the time, they're not going to go down and read what the reasons are that you're review bombing. And even then, sometimes the review bombing isn't even about political or religious reasons. Sometimes it's just people trying to affect Game of the Year awards. You'll see Tears of the Kingdom come out, and there's like this massive review bombing because it's just a bunch of like console warriors.
That legit has happened a lot.
And that's even worse because they're not even doing it for religious or political reasons. They're just doing console warring. They're just console warring.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So I think any user who ever leaves a review of any product, I don't care what it is, Amazon, I don't care, that legitimately doesn't own the product and never used it is disingenuous, and the review should be deleted. So, AKA, I fucking hate review bombing because it's not by people playing the game. Most of the time.
But again, if they've played the game, then it's not review bombing. It's just reviewing it.
Well, no, because if they're not actually reviewing the game and they're just giving it a bad score because they don't like the person who made it, that's a review bomb because you're not reviewing the game.
Yes.
The review bombing is literally go if you actually go read those little 1-star, 0-star reviews, they didn't play the fucking game. They might have bought it.
Anyone who puts a 0-star review for a game did not play the game, in my opinion, because a 0, in my opinion, is the implication that the game doesn't run. Like you can't even play the game.
Yeah, basically, you can't even boot it up.
Yeah, do you even know what a 0 is? It's something that you cannot
if
play.
you like, because of Fortnite's DRM, I can't load it on my desktop. If I didn't try loading it on any other platform, and I just say fuck it, my PC won't let me play it. Yeah, it's a 0. I can't play the game. It's a fair review. The fair review is, hey, I don't know if the game's good or not because it won't let me play it. That is a fair 0, because that means there's an issue with the DRM. That's a fair 0. But that's not what most of the stuff is. It's always, even if someone like bought a game and then something comes out about one of the developers of the game, like when the scandal broke out with Ubisoft, right? People that bought Assassin's Creed games started review bombing the games, even though they played it and enjoyed it previously. You're not being honest with your review. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're not reviewing the game at that point. You're reviewing the people in the company, and that should be a completely separate thing. Review.
That's when you review bomb the company itself, not the games.
Yeah, and I don't want to say like
it should, but it isn't.
Yeah, it's not.
Right? No,
it's not.
Like that's legit. Why I'm actually reviewing that game, because I'm like, I want to actually review the game. and I cannot trust that a majority of people that are going to review this game are going to actually review the game.
Yeah, separate the politics from it. Yeah.
This is exactly why I review games, because of this shit. There's too much politics involved. There's too much bullshit like this. There's no need for it. We don't want that in our video games. We don't want it in our sports. Leave it out. Keep it sacred. These are things that we enjoy in life.
Entertainment.
Yeah, nobody enjoys the bullshit with politics. Nobody enjoys it. I mean, if you do,
cool,
man.
Then it's politics has become.
Most people don't. Let's just say most people don't. Okay, so when you play video games, you don't want to deal with that shit. Nobody does. Got to leave that out. Review bombing is horrible practice. You know, that's like the drop the price bullshit. It's similar.
Yeah, and well,
just go get a second job instead of putting drop the price all day online.
Yeah, and
we'll use those hours to make money.
Yeah, and well, drop the price isn't really going to probably hurt Nintendo in the end. Obviously, they literally feel like they underestimated sales at this point based on the last investors meeting, which we didn't really talk about. 15 million they're projecting, and they might feel like they're being a little conservative there because they had to tell their investors, "Oh, we can make more."
Yeah,
like if this thing sells better than that, we were ready. We're ready to deliver more than 15 million if the audience is demanding more than 15 million. So. We'll see what happens with that. Nintendo already putting out public apologies that they can't meet demand, so pretty crazy right now. But drop the price probably wasn't doing much. I will say, I think like the big thing with this guy's tirade, and set aside the reason that the review bombing is happening, they are an indie studio, and their products in particular getting review bombed can affect sales in a significant way. And while they have enough money to get by this time, if the next game gets review bombed and sells bad, maybe they don't have enough money then, and now you're costing people their jobs.
Or if they're a smaller studio.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. I'm not familiar with this particular story about Moon Studios, and I don't pay much attention to the review bombing stuff because I just don't understand it. I don't understand
the mentality to do
purpose, the mentality of it. The only review bombing that I really saw much of or was curious about was when it was Tears of the Kingdom, and seeing all those 1s, 2s, and 0s saying that it's just DLC, and even based on that logic, let's just say to be clear, Tears of the Kingdom is not DLC. It's a massive ass game. You could have they could have literally made the whole game in the underworld.
If it's DLC, it's the greatest DLC ever made.
Yeah. So so that's my point, is that like, for the sake of argument, even if it was just DLC, thoughts on the music, thoughts on the art style, thoughts on the new abilities and mechanics. Like it's just such a nothing burger. And it breaks my brain because I'm just like, I don't know. I have to take it literally in the sense that, like, do you even know what a 0 is? Even if the things that you're complaining about are true, do you know what a 0 is? Do you know what a 1 is, a 2 is? Obviously not, because these reviews make no sense. And obviously it's not going to hurt The Legend of Zelda. But I think like these type of activities, people aren't really thinking about all the other people involved that it might affect, developers and stuff who, again, I'm not familiar with this specific story, but just because one person at a studio has an opinion doesn't mean that person speaks for everyone else who works at that studio, and you could be affecting their livelihood too. So, I don't know. It's stupid. It's just, it's childish, it's tantrum level stuff.
Yeah. It's to me, it's unfortunate. Because as a consumer, I care more about, is the game good or not? And then when you see review bombs, the thing is, review bombs have actually done, people always say, you can't trust the media. Well, your review bombing is making me go back to just trusting whatever the Metacritic score is again, because I can't rely on the user scores. I can't rely on it when the user scores show a massive difference between, if there's like a 15 point or more bigger gap between the critic score and then the user score, and it's the user score being lower, I automatically feel like it's being review bombed, and I can't trust what the user score says.
Yeah.
And that's crazy because I should be able to trust that score a little bit more. Whereas like we see with like Clear Obscure Expedition 33, like it's a 92 by the critics, but it's like a 97 by the users. It's like, okay, you feel the opposite there. That no, people fucking love this game.
There are cases too where they
overinflate you, sure.
Review boost it too. I mean,
Yeah, there's plenty of people that will go in and don't even own Mario Kart World because they didn't get a Switch 2 at launch and are going to go in and start to give them 100 5 out of 5s on Mario Kart World. And that's just as bad. You shouldn't do that, even though you're probably going to eventually own the game and maybe still feel that way. It's still you shouldn't artificially boost, but you know,
I bet you it gets bombed for the price.
Oh
yeah.
I'm sure.
Bombed. It's getting bombed hard. I wouldn't be surprised to see user scores are down in like the 3s.
Yeah, which is so stupid.
And here's the problem with that review that's going to get bummed for the price. You know, as a consumer who, you know, might be on the fence, do I want to get the new Mario Kart? I'm not sure they're going to provide enough helpful information to me to help me determine whether or not I want to purchase the game. I don't know how valuable their review is. It's so stupid. But correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Wasn't there a platform or several platforms that incorporated some sort of rule to help negate review bombing? Yeah. Like you had to have, like, maybe it was Steam, you have to have a certain amount of hours, or maybe it was like Metacritic where 24 hours after the game released, you're able to review it. Didn't something like that happen?
Metacritic has tried to get rid of review bombs, but it doesn't.
Platforms like that, it's going to be really hard to. Steam and stuff like that, absolutely, they can put stuff in place.
Verified purchase.
Yeah, that should exist. And anyone who has a problem with not being able to review without proving that you've actually played it and own it, like, go shit in a hole. I gotta think of a good.
I want to see proof that you rolled credits.
That would be nice. I mean, but they won't require that. Well, I will say Wii U is interesting because they had user reviews on the eShop. By the way, Nintendo wouldn't mind those coming back. But they'd only let you drop the star rating if you actually own the game. That was at least a nice requirement. You had to spend the money if you wanted to leave the review.
Stash, you're ruining my life right now. I love it so much.
I'm trying to ignore him.
I'm at least lucky. I got to drive home.
I keep almost choking on my saliva. I'm not even joking. Like my mouth keeps like filling up. And I'm all,
look, Yulia has all my candy, and I have to hope there's any left when I get to the room.
I'm gushing right now.
Oh my god,
Sandstorm, your thoughts on the?
Now I'm thinking of you gushing. I do not want.
So my thing about review bombing is, one, you usually know it's going to happen before it happens because you can see it all over the internet.
Oh, Mario Kart, yeah, it's already coming.
Yeah, it's and I think it's absolutely the most dumbest thing ever. I don't understand why people spend their time not buying something, but spend all their time typing in how they don't like something. Like that logic makes no sense to me. I don't support this, so I don't like this, so I'm gonna spend my time over here talking about how I'm not gonna buy it and how it's bad and how you shouldn't buy it or how you shouldn't support it. Just don't support it. Go spend your time playing games. That's what we're all here to do. Spend our time playing games. So it's weird to me, man. It's so weird to me that people spend their time doing that kind of stuff. But it happens, right? I
hate you so much. Not you, Sandman.
Oh yeah, no, I see.
This asshole. I literally told him that it's ruining my night. And so what does he do? He doesn't eat it discreetly. He fetches a box.
Yeah, he's got the fucking Costco box of
Airheads. You don't have any of the white ones in there, do you?
Oh, the white ones are fucking to die for.
Oh,
dude! If I had that, I'd be a diabetic.
All right, Stash.
Gone in one night.
Stash, I got a project for you. Because I've done it and it works for me, but I want to see if everybody's taste buds is the same. Pause. So if you take the Airhead on whichever side has most air on it in the wrapper, Shake it until it's all the way to about this size.
Oh, yep.
Tell me what it tastes like.
So shake this.
No. You gotta like, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because I've had it before, and once it tasted like orange, and the other time it tasted like
There
grape.
you go.
Yeah.
Like in the
Yeah, I remember
schoolyard
this.
days.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
How long do you do this for?
Until
See,
it's
we're-
small.
It's like a little.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, did you unwrap it?
Oh,
Yeah.
you unwrap
Yeah.
Oh,
Leave it
no.
in the wrapper.
Yeah.
Enjoy this one. Next
Don't
one.
worry, I got another one.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'll make it. Yeah,
There's a
you
lot
grab
more
it-
where that came
You grab
from.
it to the edge and you just shake it till it all.
You'll feel it move down the package.
It'll,
You gotta-
it'll move up.
Wait.
You're making it into a ball.
Sandstorm, what is this supposed to do?
It's
Change
actually
flavor.
supposed to change the flavor of it. That's why it's called mystery flavor. And that's why it's called Airhead, is because there's an air pocket and you expand it out. You remember the commercials?
Yeah.
It would get the head would get bigger and bigger until it popped. So it's like the same
We're
concept.
doing this tonight.
You realize if this works, Stash is going to be doing this all night.
Oh yeah.
It's going to be like, will you stop?
I've got one
in the
unwrapped,
damn airhead.
and I've got one with a pillow. I'm gonna bite one and bite the other. Holy shit! There's a different.
All right, it's pretty far down there. You think I'm safe?
I don't know how
Is it a
small
pillow?
is it?
It's
This is legit some shit that you
Yeah,
tell
right?
people on the school.
Not yet.
No, that's not enough. That's
keep
not enough.
It'll be like it'll be like a ball at the end.
It'll literally
Yeah.
be
like
like
using a shake weight.
So as you keep going, yeah, I think that and even in movies too, I think movie bombing and stuff like that, I think it's all dumb. Why waste your time? Why waste your time doing those kind of things? I think it's dumber to do that than to do petitions of certain things when there's certain things that sell really well. Pokemon is probably one of the worst. Like when they get a whole bunch of people who are going to go ahead and try and boycott Pokemon, like I feel you. Some of that stuff shouldn't happen. However, that's not small enough. That's not small enough.
Which side do I eat first, though?
Wait. Let's see
Does
this
it matter?
comparison.
Hold them up. So
All
which one did you shake? Okay.
bottom of
Yeah, that wasn't small enough.
Yes, it wasn't small enough, but you can still try it since you got
Yeah.
it out. So,
Yeah.
so try the normal one first, so you know what it's supposed to taste
I'll
like.
buy the
Yeah.
I'll buy the airheads and we'll do it next week.
Yeah, we'll do it the right way. We'll show you, Stash, how you do
Okay.
it. It takes a bit of force,
It
but
does.
Yeah.
We should do some candy reviews while we talk
now-
games.
There we go. Review bomb 'em.
now on your now that you know what it's supposed to taste like. Now on the just like bite the thickest end of it and see if you can tell a difference. It might not have worked because it might not be thick enough.
Yeah.
But maybe you can tell if there's a taste difference. We're all patiently waiting for the
I
review
know.
right now.
Yeah.
He starts foaming from the mouth.
It tastes different.
Yeah, stronger. It gets stronger if you get it down into the pillow.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it is.
So the flavor fucking completely
Is this
changed.
legit?
That
Might
yes.
be a gas.
Yeah,
No.
It's
I'm
a
gonna
no.
take a 7-Eleven run
Yeah.
after this. I'm not even joking.
Everybody's
I
gonna
need
get
to
the airheads
know.
after this.
Airhead, feel free to
Yeah.
reach out and sponsor
Yeah,
today's
right.
podcast. Right?
Absolutely.
That'd
They're
be
like, holy crap.
We all want a box of the mystery so we can be doing this live.
Oh,
It's so
it
good.
even intensifies the normal
Yeah,
flavors
it'll
too.
intensify the normal flavors, but it doesn't change them.
No.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it makes them super sour too.
Oh.
Like,
Oh my god, I'm salivating so bad.
So
Could you guys shut the hell up right
think
now?
that
I haven't had dinner yet.
here, yeah,
Oh god, yeah.
I think we're all in agreement. It's just dumb.
Wedding.
If you haven't touched the subject, don't review it.
yeah.
I mean, feel free to shout from the rooftops that you do not agree with what what that person said. Go for it. That's your right to do it. But to go and actually put a review out there on something that you have not even touched,
It's not a review.
it's not a review.
Mhm.
It's just stupid because you could be costing somebody, and probably not the person that you want to be, their job.
Yeah.
So it's that's the part that sucks. Is you're trying to target this high-end CEO, they'll be fine.
Yeah.
But these game devs who may not be as well off as this person might be, you know, if they lose their job, that could be huge for them.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah. Really big.
That's the part that sucks.
Also, you could be robbing people of fun too. It's like, dude, just like what you like, and let other people like what they like.
That's a good
and
point.
Leave it alone. Like, so, like you guys mentioned earlier that, you know, your average consumer might go on one of those sites and just not know and see all those zeros, ones, and twos, and be like, maybe never mind. And that could potentially be a game that they absolutely adore, regardless of what the game is. You know, so it's like, get a life. Get a life.
That's the message.
That's saying they even get past the overall rating. Like they don't. They break down into, you know, reading the reviews. They just will probably look at the overall and just be like, yep, okay, it's shit, bye. And then they won't even look at the, you know, the actual reviews itself. So that's the part that does suck too. So
all right. Let's get to the Q&A section here. Remember, guys, if you're watching live, you can go ahead and super chat on any of the channels live streaming this right now and get your questions in for $2 and up. We do already have a bunch queued up, of course, but this is the time to get them in while we're going through the current ones. Carcon came in and said, concerned, nope, hyped, yes, switch to, please. Fuck yeah, baby. What we're talking about. Hype! Hype! Oh, get me jacked up. Oh, love it.
Dude,
Attack the Backlog, friend of the channel, on the show not too long ago, hopefully on a future show coming up. We'll see. Invite's got to be going out here for the next few months in a bit, because I think we only have like one more week, I guess. We got to get that taken care of. My bad. I've been busy. That being said, hey guys, hope you're all well. Awesome show so far. By the way, this was like 5 minutes into the show, so all you really saw was the intro. I agree. That's like the best 5 minutes of the show. The rest, it's a shit show. So thank God you skipped the rest. Anyways, at least the Mario movie wasn't called New Super Mario Movie.
There is that.
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for the new Super Mario movie.
That's actually hilarious.
Does that mean the next one is going to be Mario 64? Oh, no, we already decided it was going to be Mario Galaxy. That's right.
Yeah, Galaxy. I mean, we don't really know, but so Demonic Brawler came in here and said, how about the video on Nintendo Today app showing how easily the fly you can map the GL and GR buttons on the Pro Controller and charging grip? Yeah.
That's
awesome.
awesome.
You haven't seen the Nintendo Today app video. Basically, you know how like on Switch you can pop out that side menu quick in any game? Well, if you have the Pro Controller and you're using that and you pop it out, there's a quick button map for GLGR. You just scroll down to it, you select it, hit a button, it's mapped. Back out, select the other one, hit a button, it's mapped. Just like that on the fly. Whether or not that on the fly mapping will automatically save as your per game button mapping, that I don't know. But I would hope it would. So then you don't have to fix it later, you know. But still, we don't know on that part, but Nintendo did show that it's that easy, just super quick in game. Don't even have to go back to the home screen. I like that. I like quick button mapping like that. Now it's only for those two particular buttons. The rest will have to go through the normal process of remapping, but still, it's cool.
That's fine.
It's cool, yeah. For me, it's the stick presses in, man. You remap the stick presses into those buttons.
Absolutely.
Stick pressing sucks. Oh, press your stick into sprint. Fuck that, dude. my thumb is slipping off like a motherfucker because I gotta do that. Nah, man. So yeah, that was really cool. And then we just have to go through all this because the bottom line is, for some reason, we had a bunch of gifted members earlier. Thank you guys so much. Demonic Brawler dropped the 5 in, and those went to Jason Blome, another Jason Karen. I think that's how you pronounce that. And then Contra 3. God, that's great. That's
nice. That's Contra.
Great. Yeah, right. And then Guy Brutus. Thank you so much, Guy Brutus, for getting that membership. And then Brett. Cool. And then we had 10 more gifted by the Gothic. He was going nuts. And those went to John Whedon. Let's see. We got Joey Sings. Hope he sings well. Prophecy 777. That kind of sounds like a new video game, right? Like 33. Prophecy 777. Just saying. Magnum. Just gotta bust out the Magnum. Squirtle Master Kenobi got a membership. Quest Side was also given a membership.
Oh yeah.
Juan Carlos Velez was given a membership. MT Hawks fan was given one. Then we have Star Mix or Mike's or something was given one. Thank you so much. We have Brendan Steele. And remember how I said this was all in a row? Yeah, Cart couldn't drop 5 as well. It's like I don't know what was happening, but it was all happening at the same time. Paradigm was given one. Let's see here. Godsden 21 got one. Then we have Deb 802 was given one. Here's the easy one, Feathers. See, I like easy to pronounce usernames. Feathers given one. Because this next one, I'd Vasia Bryanks or Bryanks. I butchered it, but hey.
That was close.
Can we go with the Feathers? I'd rather go back to Feathers. That was much easier for me. All right, now we get back to the super chatting questions. Demonic Brawler says, bring back NFL Blitz and NBA Jam. Gotta keep it going. I was worried for a moment.
Hell yeah.
That we weren't going to get the super chat on it, but we got it. That super chat has to happen every week until it happens. It has to happen for both.
Yep.
Both.
This is the only way we can speak it into existence.
Yep. You want to throw the NHL one in too? I'll take that too. Whatever. This one just didn't have anything with it. It was just $2. So thank you, Demonic Brawler. $198. Let's get it right. $198. Joyce CJ, what do you mean I can't sue Nintendo for emotional distress because they haven't remade Twilight Princess from the ground up using the Wii?
That's good.
Damn it, Nintendo. What are you doing to us?
Ouch.
You tortured us with the Wii U tech demo? Class action. Emotional distress. Joycey's always funny with that. We had a member chat come on and say bring back Earthbound.
Hell yeah.
That would be great. I know the creator of it doesn't want to have anything to do with it or make any more, but remakes could do that. HD 2D remakes would be sick. But also people
love his
want
icon, the DK playing basketball. So good.
Yeah, I always love it every time. The best icon. Boom Any. Ocarina of Time remake. 2026, definitely, maybe, or unlikely.
Oof.
Eric, we'll start with you. What do you think?
Maybe.
Ooh, it's got a maybe out the gate. How about Sandstorm over there?
Maybe, and it's gonna come packed in with Majora's Mask.
Oh, don't tempt me with a good time.
Everyone's playing it safe, and then you went ahead and said something absolutely psychotic.
Listen. If you're gonna do it, you got to do it.
Oh man, game turd.
I'm gonna say definitely, because you know what? I love Ocarina of Time, and that's the only reason.
You like to live dangerously.
I like to live dangerously.
Thunderstash.
You have no idea.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I've been on that boat.
Oh shit! You're the tiebreaker, man. We got two definitelys, two maybes. What do you think?
Yeah, dude. It's an obviously definitely happening. 40,000. It's dropping. Here's the bottom line. I've been covering this stuff just like on Just Restarted. It's been getting teased and teased and teased too much. It's clearly happening next year. And man, we all in the top row like to live dangerously. But I have to give Sandstorm a shout out because he's living way on the edge. Like he's not saying it's definitely happening. He's like, it's a maybe, but maybe is a double drop.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
You know, we can hope and dream. We've been waiting for the double drop of Metroid Prime 2 and 3, and that's not happening. It's not, you know.
Right. Hey, if they come together, why not Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask?
They haven't come out at all.
They're still coming. They're coming with mouse controls.
I hope so.
They are.
Speaking of Zelda games. Char did $2, says they want Wind Waker HD ported before Ocarina of Time. I feel like Wind Waker is going to be on NSO.
Yeah, it's done. That's a wrap.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a total wrap. I think it's possible, but I do think it's not going to be before Ocarina of Time. It'll be like a random drop in like 2029 or some shit when they just need a Zelda game.
In the meantime, you could play Wind Waker on the NSO.
Because they can advertise as, oh, it's 4K now.
Expect everybody to go crazy over, oh, you guys already have Wind Waker. It's on NSO.
Here's the thing. The reason why it's taking so long.
The Link's Awakening remake was still fucking badass.
Here's the thing, though. The reason why it's taking so long to get Wind Waker HD on the Switch family is because they're actually planning on bringing back the cut content that we never got to experience. Those missing temples. Yeah, they're coming back.
The GameCube Island.
Yeah.
Fuckers. You took away Tingle's quest?
Dude. That when are we getting Tingle back in Zelda? I love Tingle. I'm a huge Tingle fan, so
Listen,
double pack next year.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That's when he shows up.
I still think they're both coming. They are. It's just a matter of when.
I want Tingle to be in the next 3D Zelda game. He better be there.
Absolutely. He better be there. And I want First Four Figures to come out with a replica of the Tingle tuner.
Yeah.
Right? How sick would that be?
Sick.
Paul Gale, let's talk. I'll buy that day one. It's crazy. All right. Let's see here. Demonic Brawler said, if you think 2025 is a good year for us Nintendo fans, just wait for the new 3D Mario, Splatoon 4, Pokemon Gen 10, and Zelda Remake. He's not wrong. All of that is possible in 2026. Just think about that. A new 3D Mario, Splatoon 4, Gen 10 Pokemon, which we already know is leaked, and a Zelda Remake, that all could be in the same year.
Yeah.
Smash Bros could too.
Yeah, Smash.
Yeah.
Could, Smash
I was
could,
about to say that leaves out a number of likely
Huge
possibilities. Monolith, the next Monolith.
Yeah,
game,
the
Fire
Monolith game.
Emblem.
Yeah,
A lot of big stuff.
Oh my God. 2026 is gonna be insane. I mean, I know this is all just possibility. Gen 10 is the one that's leaked already, but 3D Mario's gotta be coming. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
The rest we'll see. You know, they're gonna choose next year, 2027. They gotta spread things out, but
I think 27 maybe.
Splatoon, I think Splatoon makes sense next year because I do think they're gonna try to do what they did with Switch and Double Dip, do Splatoon 4 and Splatoon 5 in the same gen.
Duskbloods too, yeah.
Duskbloods, oh yeah, Duskbloods is next year.
Mando said that in chat. It's like, yeah, there's so much coming.
Yeah, it's gonna be 2026. Like, if you guys think this year's already crazy, next year's already set up to be pretty insane. We just gotta wait for those directs.
Probably get Rebirth next year too.
Yeah, probably Rebirth next year. Yep.
That's gonna be stupid.
And who knows what else from third parties? It's gonna be.
You know what else comes out next year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Good luck.
Panty Party 4, baby.
GTA 4.
Yeah, GTA 4. That's what's coming.
That's what's next. I mean,
yeah, it's rumored to come or leaked. I think to come to Switch 1.
Yeah.
But like, look, can we just get GTA 6 on Switch 2, please? That's really what we need to happen. Rebecca, one time my cousin's kid bought a new DSi from Walmart and turned out it was used. How they know? There were not safe for work pictures already on it.
Ooh.
Damn.
Did imagine someone using the DSi for that?
I imagine that was very pixelated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at least it was the DSi, you know. Still
320p.
Damn.
That's crazy that they left it.
Dude, I'm all for some naughty pics, all right? I love naughty pics. They're great. There's plenty of them between me and my fiance. We weren't using the DSi, though. We ain't using the DSi for that.
Right.
You know, I want to enjoy what I'm seeing. I don't want to have to question if that pixel's in the wrong spot.
All right. How did you forget to take out the SD card?
I say bring back the days
All you
of
had to do is take up that
scramble.
SD card and call it a day.
What, the scrambled channels?
Yeah, I was about to say bring back the
Oh
days of
no!
scramble vision.
Tournament of
You know, when you
Yeah,
you're
I
a
think
young
I see
adolescent, you're like,
something.
I think I see a nipple. I think
Yeah,
I see a nipple. Those were the
Oh,
glory
man.
days, man.
Surprised they haven't made an app for that or something.
I know, right?
I'm
That's
still
gotta
looking
be
on the App
some
Store. I
sort of
got
a
to
game.
type it in and see if something pops up.
At least look at it this way, you won't have to blur anything out. Pre-blurred.
Just more excitement for hype for Switch 2.
Heck yeah.
3 weeks away. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh my god! And we
That's
have.
so crazy.
I'm doing a midnight launch stream. I might even attempt, because I know Stash is going to be in line. I might be like, dude, I need to call him in. We're gonna call him in, have him call in to say hi to everyone, because like he's gonna have a different experience where he's at versus what we're having. Oh,
We're getting
great.
early. We're setting up chairs.
Hell yeah!
We might have a paper bag. Do the paper bag beer.
There,
I don't care. I don't care.
Oh.
Fuck it.
That's how I roll, man. That's how
You're
I roll.
doing it. I'm doing it. Fuck
I
it.
treat it like it's Vegas.
He's got old English in a
You're
paper
like,
bag.
Look, I'm not handing it out to you fuckers, but I'm doing it.
Yeah,
Fuck
I ain't
you.
handing it out, but I'll do what I want.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Fucking ain't right. Fucking ain't right.
Hold on, I gotta shout out one in the chat.
I will smoke a cigar though, for sure. I will bring a cigar because this is a monumental moment.
There you go.
Right. The Grateful Dead. This is a feature, not a bug. Talking about the nudie pics. It's a feature, not a bug.
Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds like a bonus, although
Right.
it's still one of those. I think I see a tit, but I'm not sure if that's the tit or the head. Can't tell. Rebirth is on PC. Yes, it is. It is on PC. And guess what? It's also going to be on Switch 2 next year. So,
Ooh, that's a really good question. I didn't think about this until he just said something. COD this year or next year?
This year.
I think this year.
I think it's this year. They'll announce it this summer. Switch 2 logo will be there. Or they're going to do that stupid thing where it's announced at the Xbox one, but then they save the Switch announcement for the fucking direct.
Oh yeah.
Dude, is anyone else like tired of that shit?
Yeah, I hate when they do that.
Like, why are we treating it special? Just put the fucking logo in the. Just call it a day.
Yeah. Surprise! It's here too.
We're trying. Don't look. If you're gonna support the system, then support the system. Enough of this surprise bullshit.
But is it the devs or is it Nintendo?
I definitely think it's the devs.
I think it's the devs, because the devs think it'll be better for their game if they put it special in the direct. But it's like, okay, yeah, fine. It's neat because we get to see Switch footage. But it's like we can anyways announce the game, and then Nintendo can upload a trailer for their specific version of the game.
Right.
Not fucking difficult.
It's not like casuals are watching all of these things anyway. So
Yeah.
who are you really surprising?
Yeah, in this matter, so you can do both, honestly. But the thing is, if you're gonna do both, then in the Switch 2 Direct in June, it's gotta be part of like the sizzle reel. You can't have like a whole section dedicated to it, you know. Unless you're announcing a new mode or something, I guess, if you want to do it that way. But it's gotta be something new if you're gonna show it again in the same month, you know. The Monobrella comes in and says, "I can't wait to see the new 3D Legend of Zelda." Dude, that's jeez.
Is that next year?
The next.
I'm thinking of the movie. Sorry.
Yeah, the next it's probably like 3-4 years away, but I mean they can show it at any time because Nintendo always shows 3D Zeldas like years ahead of time.
Yeah.
I can tell you right now, I think every subscriber on my channel can't wait to see what this new 3D Zelda looks like on this level of hardware.
Facts.
That team is fucking cooking. 50+ million in sales over the last 2 Zelda games.
And let Monolith help you out again. You know, just cuz.
And we know Monolith Soft has basically a team dedicated to helping the Zelda team. So, and we know they cook. We know Monolith cooks. So,
yeah,
the Zelda team and Monolith team cooking together. This is gonna be so good. I can't wait. And by the way, it'll be again for the 3rd time in a row the most expensive game Nintendo's ever made with the biggest team they've ever used. because that's the way Zelda is these days. That people want to talk about. No, Zelda is a traditional AAA big budget motherfucking game these days. That's just the way it is. Yeah. But it has the sales now to back that shit, so
yeah,
can justify it. Karkin Thunderstash, you got me ordered now. And INIU P63-E1. There it is.
Nice. Happy to hear that. You're going to be happy with it. And again, you're never going to run out of juice. Unless you're up in the mountains for, a week.
Ever. Goddamn Airhead sponsorship. Fuck.
Yeah, well, I want it. I want it now.
Yeah, no shit. I'm making fucking Airheads. Am I gonna have to send the email? God damn it.
Yeah,
they're not gonna respond. They're probably not gonna respond, but
I just had to drop a little knowledge on you, that's all.
Fuck.
Listen, we couldn't get Milk as a sponsor. Airheads, you're our last hope.
Just in general, all the cows told us to fuck off.
Yeah.
Milk
said no. But...
Especially those chocolate cows, they really told us to fuck off.
Wait.
Because cows come from chocolate. Chocolate milk comes from chocolate cows, right?
Yeah, totally.
Brown cows make brown milk.
Yeah,
isn't that how that works?
That's what
I was told as a kid.
And pink cows make pink milk.
Exactly. Exactly.
That is a horrifying image.
When you're having milk,
pink
it
cow
comes
is
from bananas.
horrifying.
Right.
Bananas are literally you milk bananas to get banana milk.
You breed it that way.
Duh. Clearly, the big banana is always involved. Char's being like, warheads are better than airheads. Well, look, when you're going to talk about candy, there are personal preferences. But I will say, warheads and airheads are a completely different type of candy.
Yes,
they are.
You know?
Like they're indefinitely like different tiers. Warhead is a hard candy. You can even put it in like with sour candies, obviously.
Yeah, that's what it's known for, sour,
But as a hard candy, I mean, I'm a big fan, honestly. Right? What's the competition? Jolly Ranchers, Butterscotch Disc?
Ooh.
Gobstopper?
The spearmint? The little spearmint things you get when you leave a restaurant? I mean, like, warheads are definitely up there.
Or the massive gobstopper that no one can fit in their mouth.
Yeah,
they're probably S tier.
Wait, warheads?
I would say for a hard candy.
For a hard suck candy,
yeah.
I would say unless you don't like sour. If you don't like sour, then you're probably more of a Jolly Rancher person.
Yeah.
I would put it, actually, to be honest with you, I would put it at a solid A+ tier. But the only reason why I say that is because every now and then, if you break it down the wrong way, sometimes it ends up cutting you. And then you're like,
that does happen. Yeah. I will say this. I love warheads, and they might be S tier, but if we're going to do like rankings of 1 through 10 on hard candies, I'm sorry, nothing beats those grandma strawberry candies.
Strawberry candies.
I haven't seen those in forever. Where do you even find those these days?
Grandmas can find them.
At grandma's house or candy stores. You won't find them in like a normal retail.
Yeah, find you a grandma and ask her where she got it from.
You can buy them online too.
I have a candy tray, like legit, that we keep out, and I have it stocked with Werthers.
Nice.
Yeah. And Werthers need to be up there.
Yeah, Werthers.
Did I say my Werther's story?
Classics.
Ooh, I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
You have a story about Werther's?
It's short. It's not that interesting, but I'll tell it anyways. No, I was hanging out with a group of friends, and when I used to live with my buddy, we used to have this thing. I'm a candy fanatic, so we used to like go pick up candy and then do like movie or game night or something like that. But we got together with a group of friends, and we're gonna have a little game night. And we're like, oh, let's go pick up some candy from CVS. So we hit up the CVS, and one of our buddies grabs like 2 different bags of Werther's, and I just start like chuckling. I'm like, "What are you, 80?" And I like start just like bagging on him hardcore, and like just shitting all over his candy choice. And then halfway through the night, I sneak one because I'm like, how bad is it? And then, like, I was buying Werther's like every week for like 3 months after that.
Dude, when I leave the house,
I shit talked for hours.
I always put one in my pocket. I always put one in my pocket.
They're good.
And I'm
They're
happy I
actually
do.
really good.
Yeah. It makes
They
my
are
day
good.
better.
They are.
Legit, to just like bust out of Werther's. I'm like, oh fuck, this is good, man. You know, like honestly, it's great.
Peeps, on the other hand, can die in a ditch.
Die all the way.
Die
They
in a
should
ditch.
not exist.
I
Butter.
like Peeps.
Yeah, whoever made Peeps is an asshole.
I like
If
the
somebody
idea
could
of it.
butterfly effect Peeps, they would never exist. If somebody could what's that guy's name? The Mandela effect Peeps?
Yeah,
they would
Nelson
never
Mandela.
exist.
I did a biography on Nelson Mandela when I was in school. Or what is it when they're dead? Autobiography?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
did an autobiography.
No, autobiography. Oh shit.
Bibliography.
Oh shit!
All I know is
What means
I did a report,
Bibliography.
and he was not here anymore. And then come to find out he's alive. I was talking about this long before people were talking about the Mandela effect. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
there's something to it.
Yeah. Autobiographies are written by the actual person themselves. Biographies are written by other people. So
Yeah.
Well, technically, they don't have to be dead to write a biography, do they?
no.
Yeah. So
But they do if they have to be living in order to do an autobiography.
yeah, they do have to be living in an autobiography.
Yes.
Well, more
AI
potentially.
is fucking coming into play.
Potentially, no. Well, that's not written by them though. See, what if it's not written by them? But I will say, no. There are times that an autobiography was written, but they died before it got published.
Yeah.
That has happened.
What if they're cryogenically frozen?
Like what? Ted Williams?
Sure.
Is he the only person that we know that's cryogenically frozen? That and what Mel Gibson from that movie that he was in? What was that movie? Forever Young.
Austin Powers, man.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I mean, there's the rumor that Disney is.
That's how he got his mojo.
There's a rumor that Disney is, but I don't think we have the technology yet to keep them alive.
We don't.
It's just theoretical.
They just froze
Just die of
themselves.
frostbite.
Yeah.
Well, it's theoretical. Like there's some theories around slowing the aging process with it, but it's not a forever thing. Because
They
they've
have
been
to just
looking
bank
into
on cloning.
They've been looking into it for deep space travel. They've been looking into like a way to try to slow the aging process down. Like they did figure out why our cells age. That's always the first step. We now know why it happens. So now the next step is how do we stop it? It does sound like it is possible to potentially stop the aging process, but it ain't gonna happen in my lifetime.
It's like putting
And only the rich
food
people
in the freezer.
anyways.
Yeah.
Like throwing food in the freezer. It eventually get frostbitten, and then it's no good.
But it can make it last a little longer. Anyways.
All right.
Next one here. Sorry, dude. I like what we're already talking about. These are fun conversations.
Oh, yeah, for
These
sure.
are the late night podcast conversations. This is when the podcast gets good.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You know?
You know what other candy I hate? Dots. I just want to say.
Oh,
that.
they stick to your
they
teeth.
stick to your
Again,
teeth,
and
yeah.
they stick to your teeth so bad.
You all can
I
fuck
hate
off
that.
because I can't have any candy till the show is over, and there might not even be any left. She's probably still plowing it down. All right, this console better sell at least 100 mil minimum. I mean,
good.
I mean, it only has to sell more than half to be successful, honestly.
like
Of
Nintendo,
what the
I don't know what
3DS is.
Nintendo. See, the thing is, if you wanted to sell, the only reason any of us should care about the sales data is because you want to Switch 3 to happen. And so you have to think, what is the threshold Nintendo's looking at to guarantee we get a Switch 3? Or you're someone who doesn't want them to do that. You want them to go in a whole new direction. Well, then you want this thing not to sell very well. That's how you get the new direction. So what is that threshold where Nintendo would go in a completely different direction versus what's the threshold that they would keep going in the same direction? I think 100 mil to me feels like, they go in the same direction.
Yeah,
First, if we're doing back-to-back 100 mil systems, why would you go away from that? But like, there's
I
might be
agree.
a lower number. Like, what if it's 90 mil? They still might go in the same direction.
I think that's still
chalk it up
success.
they might chalk it up to, oh, it was just really expensive. We got to find a way to make Switch 3 a bit more affordable.
I think that if as long as it does at least 90 million, they'll they'll do a Switch 3. However, I think that they'll have more of an urgency or a need to come up with some sort of new innovation to add to it, as opposed to being as iterative as Switch 2 is.
Yeah,
I think it'll be a Switch 3 with something new, something wild.
Yeah, I think as long as it sells more than half of what Switch sold, so if Switch gets exactly at 160 million, as long as it sells 85 to 90 million, I think that at that point you're looking at a Switch 3, because they'll still see some success, but kind of like Gamebird said, I think they start looking into what are the likes and the dislikes of the system, and what can we change to make it different, but make it the same, if that makes sense.
Add a second screen.
That'll definitely easily get them to 170 million, no problem.
All right. Don't mind me. I was falling asleep at that conversation.
We should talk about themes.
Here we go. Let's just throw extra topics in for the fuck of it. Charizard, I know you didn't just compare Valentine's candy to the magnificence of warheads. Warheads test your metal. They make men out of boys. Dude, I don't think they test my metal. They're just delicious.
Yeah, they are.
I like sour candy, so like to me, it's just delicious.
You know which one turns makes men out of boys? The black cherry.
I was about to say. I thought you were about to say what I was thinking. I was thinking black licorice.
Oh, that too.
Some people like that.
Yeah.
I hate black licorice.
Yeah,
like
see?
But it will. We'll put some hair on your chest.
That will put hair on your chest. I actually like it. It was an acquired taste, though. When I first got it as a kid, I hated it. Now I enjoy it.
I like black licorice more than red.
Pokemon fan.
You take those disgusting jelly beans that are all the nasty flavors. If you take a handful of those and shove it in and eat.
Oh God.
Whatever.
Yeah.
No,
Oh God, where they have like milk flavor.
Yeah, popcorn flavor.
Yeah, you're talking about the Bean Boozled or whatever.
No, am I even talking about the Bean Boozled ones? Those are even worse.
Yeah,
just like all the gross flavors of the Jelly Bellies.
Oh
yeah.
If you can take a handful of that, you're a man.
Yeah.
All right. Let me see here. I like slightly stale Peeps. I'm a monster. You are a monster.
Yeah.
I almost
You know what? You know what I haven't tried with a Peep? You know what? I need to try this sometime.
Microwaving it?
No. Fuck that. No. You know, why don't you ever have a Peep s'more?
I knew you were gonna say that.
There's a reason.
It still sounds disgusting.
There's a reason.
Cake and sugar, man.
Dude, a Peep.
Oh, okay, cake and sugar. Marshmallow is just sugar.
No,
it's like
but there's sugar on the outside.
Yeah, blacken that something.
Wait. I'm getting
You
upset.
feel it grinding in your teeth. The sugar.
What if you like
come
the
after
texture?
you here?
I'm getting very upset right now because I hate Peep
Are
so
you-
much. The reason why you don't put a Peep on a s'more.
Wait. You hate it so much.
Yeah.
Here's what's happening. We all go to PAX West. I'm going to force everyone to have a Peep s'more.
That's gross.
Well, we're gonna have a peep show there or what?
Live on the podcast, we're all going to have one, and everyone's going to punch me out. It is what it is.
We can rank it. The reason why you don't make
This is the most
s'mores with
disgusting
Peeps
thing I've ever
is
ate in my
because
life. Fuck
they're the
it.
shittiest. They're the shittiest
That
quality
brings out the airheads.
marshmallow.
Got to make up
Yeah.
for this.
Better off just buying a regular marshmallow.
Fair enough.
No. So after I forced everyone to have it because you guys think it's going to be disgusting, Stash over here is like, good thing I got that Werther's in my pocket.
You're right.
Let me wash it down with some Werther's.
Peeps are the equivalent of we have marshmallows at home.
Yes.
I'm very passionate.
Is there
about it.
anybody in the chat that enjoys Peeps? I just want to be clear. Is there like, anyone who actually likes it? Because
the subscriber count drops by 10,000.
They keep getting enough. They keep getting like every year they sell enough of them to keep existing. So
Yeah, that's so horrible.
Yeah.
Anyways, maybe it's just hope. Little kids just hope it's good. Switch 3 better have themes. LMAO.
I mean,
You can't roll out that 2 doesn't have themes at this point, and we haven't been through the entire life cycle yet. So
Yeah. Well, we haven't been to the life cycle at all yet. It's not June 5th.
Looks like we have a Peep lover.
yeah.
Oh.
Couple of
Oh, we
lover.
do have some people. Oh, look at that. See? That's why they stay in business. There are people that love it.
That's gross. You guys need help.
You know what candy I like that's like a holiday candy? Those stupid candy hearts on Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, those are good.
Oh yeah.
Those are made with love.
Let me ask you guys this. What are your thoughts on Cadbury eggs?
Love Cadbury eggs.
I love
Cadbury eggs.
especially the mini ones.
Yeah, the mini
mini
ones
are
the
good.
mini ones I can eat a shit ton of.
The mini
But like
cream
the-
eggs.
Yeah, but like the big one, I just gotta have one.
So bad.
I just have to
We
have
gotta
one
end this
and I'm good.
podcast so we can all go.
Yeah, I could eat a handful of the
suffering.
minis, but the big ones just there's something.
Yeah, the big one you only need one.
Have you had the caramel eggs also?
Oh, the caramel
The
ones
Cadbury
are good.
caramel eggs?
We're making everyone want to talk candy. The super
I'm
chats
just
keep
saying,
coming in.
they're very good. They're very good. If you haven't had it,
Everyone's
make sure you get it next year.
Dude, we might need to start a secondary podcast, the Candy Cast.
When always,
We just
when-
review
It would,
these.
to be
When
honest, it would
always-
probably be huge.
Yeah.
No joke.
Yeah, is
It's
there
so
a
niche.
There's gotta be a candy podcast out there somewhere.
when always said, have you guys ever had moon pies? When always excuse yourself.
Oh
in the
yeah,
chat.
plenty.
Excuse yourself.
Oh,
Disgusting.
oh.
I like moon
You know,
pies.
You know, I had
Star Crunch over moon pies all day.
Oh, Star
You know
Crunch.
what?
Yeah.
So much.
you
know
know
what candy I hate?
Great packaging too.
Cowtails.
You know what?
Oh, cowtails are awesome.
Cowtails are so good.
I love cowtails.
Cowtails
I
are
love
great.
cowtails.
Cowtails.
I got one more. For you. I keep telling you the shit I hate, but I hate Three Musketeer bars.
What? Are you serious? Are you
Dude.
serious? Oh,
that
no.
filling is ass, bro.
No, you're
Yeah,
no.
okay. I hate Snickers, and everyone seems to love Snickers. So
Snickers are
I'm not a
good.
huge
They're
Snickers
solid.
fan.
They're not the best.
I don't
but
like.
they're
I don't
solid.
like hard. I don't
He doesn't
like
like
hard
nuts in his
chunks of
mouth.
nut in
Wait.
my chocolate. No,
You're
no,
not-
no. I don't like hard chunks of nut in my mouth. Like it's just like with peanut butter. I don't want crunchy. I want creamy.
Yeah.
Pause.
Right.
For the oh, dude, we need to
Need
start a
cream.
cream cast now too. I love the word
Oh,
creamy.
no, it's about to get worse with one of these super chats.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
you wait. Keep your licorice and pucker up with warheads. Okay, yeah. Lots of warheads love out there. I know.
Yeah.
Forget warheads. Crybabies were better. Oh my god.
Oh,
Crybabies,
I
yeah.
forgot about that.
Crybabies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about those. Joycey J comes in saying, I like candy corn and I won't hear any slander against it.
I like candy corn, but I eat it in sections. I always eat them.
Yeah.
You eat it by color.
I do that
funny.
too, and I think it helps to like not overeat because when you do overeat candy corn, you start to feel like shit, like
Joycey,
real
if you
quick.
have
It's
candy
just
corn
a
pizza,
sugar.
you send me a picture
Yeah.
of a candy corn pizza.
Oh,
Please tell me you have not ate a candy corn pizza. Like the
That
candy
sounds
corn
gross.
legitimately got cooked and melted onto the pizza.
That sounds gross.
Oh,
Like
man.
don't. Are you
Vodka baked
mad
beans.
at that into candy corn? Holy
I
crap!
really like candy corn a lot though. It's very nostalgic.
Yeah, that's all I get though. When I have it, I don't really like it. It's more like a.
It's
it
something to
feeling.
do.
It
I
reminds
have
me
a
of childhood.
read the caption.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
read the
totally.
caption. I did read the caption. Yeah,
Remind me in a
Devil's
future.
together to defeat this devil. Yeah, I know. I just
Remind me in a future episode. I have a gnarly candy story. It's too
Yeah.
long to tell at this hour,
fine.
but it's worth sharing online to the masses.
Oh, so what you?
Fair
So what he's saying is this candy cast needs to happen.
Yeah.
Did not expect this. Crybabies are for crybabies. Warheads nuke taste buds. I've never had my taste buds nuked by Warhead. But you know, there are some people that do think like some people just can't handle sour. They think sour gummy worms are sour. I'm like, dude, those are just delicious. What are you
Yeah.
talking about?
I think I might
Yeah,
have.
they're-
Especially the blue and red.
Dude.
The blue red gummy worm. Fuck.
You know what sour candy's bomb is the sour Mike and Ike's. They're so good.
Oh yeah, Mike and I
Just
hot,
pick it.
hot
Come on,
tamales.
Hot tamales. Hot
Classic.
tamales are pretty good.
I really wanted
Conversations
wanted to find the red hot fireballs, but I think I think they stopped making them now. The atomic fireballs.
That'd be a shame if they did.
Yeah.
We got some up here in Michigan, but it's like the northern LP of Michigan. There's like a bunch of
I
stores.
can't find them
that-
anywhere near in stores.
Yeah.
Sucks.
Sometimes they're not. A lot of the candies sometimes aren't in stores anymore. You just have to buy them online. Like
Yeah.
Sucks.
they apparently have them at Walmart. I don't know if they have them at local.
No.
I'd have to change the local to see if it's there. But the point is, they're still sold. They're still a thing. So maybe people just didn't buy them around here enough. So got rid of it.
I fucking love
and my favorite candy are salted nut rolls.
Oh yeah. All the nuts in his mouth.
Yeah, see, that's fine. It's not nuts and chocolate, so I'm cool with it. That being said, speaking of nuts, Cadbury egg nut in your mouth, according to Rebecca.
There you go.
Wow.
Hey, we all like the creamy
Come
shit.
with more.
Yeah, I told you, people like this candy talk. Telling you, dude, we get massive support super chat wise if we did a candy podcast.
Yeah.
It'd be sick.
We get some sponsors up in here.
That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah,
we gotta do a show where we
What's wrong with you?
review something and eat candy. Let's just eat candy next podcast. Everyone show up next week with candy.
Every topic
please.
we start eating a new candy.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm down.
God, of course you're down.
Yeah.
I'm on a diet. I'm not supposed to be eating like hardly any candy.
Well, I was gonna say I'll go just throw an extra day at the gym. Eat whatever I want.
Yeah, well, my metabolism doesn't work that way.
You're right.
Warhead's best sour, S'morsels best sweet candy.
Interesting.
I've never had s'morsels.
I've never had
Never even heard of
S'morsels.
it.
Yeah,
I haven't had it
never heard of it
I
either.
feel like this might be a candy ordered for next week's show.
S'morsels.
I gotta.
All right. All right.
Is that wait?
I
Is
do
that
It's kind of like they're kind of like the chocolate covered
chocolate cracker chocolate bite movie theater candy? I guess it is considered a candy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
It's just like the cookie dough bites.
Oh,
Well-
actually, Walmart listed as S'morsels cookie dough bites.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, geez. I'm sure
Sounds
that's
good.
great.
I do the thing whenever I go to like a 7-Eleven or a CVS or wherever and I'm in the candy section. Anytime I see a new candy I've never seen before, I get so intrigued I have to buy it. Like I'll buy one that I know I love and then I buy the new one.
I feel like we got to get this for the next week's show. We got to kick it off with some s'morsels.
We should do a s'morsel giveaway. That's what we should do. They'd go wild.
They would just go absolutely nuts. Dude, I swear if I eat it, it's like the greatest kind of that candy I've ever had. I'm gonna be fucking pissed because I can't buy it locally.
Yeah. Great.
Take the lemon crybaby challenge, 10 back, 3 back.
Not
I
sure.
don't know what that means.
The lemon crybaby challenge. Let me just type it into Google.
Yep.
Lemon crybaby challenge. Is it just those lemon candies? I know about the lemon candies. So is it a widely recognized or dangerous challenge? So it's not dangerous, thank God.
Yeah.
You know, is it really the idea of giving a baby lemon juice or what? I'm not giving a baby lemon juice.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing too.
Everything I'm seeing is about babies and lemons. Don't get me wrong; it's probably hilarious. One, I don't have a baby anymore. Two, just no. I don't like challenges that involve like making babies uncomfortable. You know?
I just realized that tomorrow there's going to be a timestamp for candy talk.
Oh yeah.
I might actually have to clip it.
Yeah.
Michiganders unite, says Rebecca. No, it must be a common candy in Michigan.
Michigan life.
There you go. Thoughts on Open World 3? Oh, see, someone had to interrupt the candy talk.
Yeah, try and stay on topic, pal.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
We've been past this already.
How dare you gaming talk on a gaming podcast?
Yeah, what's wrong with you? The podcast changed like 20 minutes ago. Thoughts on an Open World 3D Mario idea / possibility? I mean, that's the common assumption. People think it's going to be an Open World 3D Mario game. I'm not completely sold that's the direction they're going to go in just because of Bowser's Fury.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like they've been doing open zone for a long time, and like their last game absolutely blew up. It's the best-selling 3D Mario game by like a huge margin. I don't think you need to go full open world, but I would like to see them, whatever the collectible is, like the moons or the stars, I would like to see it be not so we're just tossing moons everywhere to toss them everywhere and have it actually be fun to collect them.
Yeah,
totally.
You know, I'm kind of done with that sort of thing, or like the Korok seeds. Like, make it something that is actually fun every time. and you feel accomplished rather than I ran under a bridge and here's your moon. Have a good day. I'm like, what the fuck? You know? Or, oh my God, I can ground pound in this level 17 times and every mound is a moon. Like, oh, come on. You know? But maybe, I don't know. And then finally we end the way we should have never stopped. The Nintendo Sweet Bites needs to become a thing. We got to get a hold of a candy company. The Nintendo Sweet Bites. We got to make this a thing.
Yeah, we're gonna need some new merch.
Let Mars know.
Candy makers out there, have them reach out to Nathan at NintendoPrime.net or whatever Stash's email is. I don't even know. or Gamers. I honestly don't know their emails because I've never emailed them. Yeah. I say that as we have emails sharing documents, and I just never look at their emails. Right. ever look at their email. It just never happens. And we have another super chat coming in saying, Nate, you ever try maple bacon donuts? I work at a place that was famous for it. Michiganders know the place. I have never tried a maple bacon donut.
Yum.
Oh, it's amazing.
I do love maple.
I've never
bacon.
had one either.
Like candied maple bacon. Oh, it's so good. But that just sounds like it'd be even better as a donut.
Oh, it's so good.
Is that something you could get at like a Krispy Kreme or a Dunkin' Donuts or something like that? Or is that like a specialty?
It's probably specific to like.
I'd like to try it.
Chops.
Oh no. You gotta. If you don't know what Sweetwater's is, you may not know.
I don't.
I've heard of Sweetwater.
I've
heard of it.
That's where
I'm right next to Michigan, well, at least the Upper Peninsula.
Right. Yeah. That's where you got to get some of the good stuff. Sweetwater's.
All right, next time in the UP, I'm gonna have to look. Have to look around.
So hungry right now.
Sweet tarts.
Sweet tarts. Oh, and I like the soft ones actually over the hard ones.
Yeah, soft ones are good.
They're both great.
The soft ones are so good.
Yeah.
They're so good. My phone keeps listening to me because he keeps wanting me to order candy. God damn it!
I'm looking at candy right now.
I love Starburst too.
Are we gonna anything next week? Is what the fuck? Yeah.
God.
Yeah, we already did that one. All right. Yeah. Dunkin' Donuts actual donuts are gross and for the streets. You know what I will say about donuts? I don't know what it is, but like we have these gas stations around here called Quick Trip.
Oh yeah.
They're fucking just their basic donut. What the fuck is it?
Oh, they're
Glazer.
Yeah, they're Glazer.
They're the fucking Glazers. They're just fucking like crack.
Mm-hmm.
You get a QT, fucking down it in like 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Can't stop.
Mm-hmm.
We have QT here. It's the shit.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but it's just fucking like crack. It's so good.
Our Quick Trips are KT.
Yeah, they're so fucking good.
Yeah.
I literally don't get it. And like I was watching on TV the other day. Fuck, they know how popular they are. They fucking have all like entire factories here in Wisconsin that just make fucking millions of them every fucking week because people literally can't stop buying them. They're like fucking crack. I don't know what the fuck they're doing to them. They're so good.
Well, they actually probably put crack in it.
That's what it is. Just like used to put actual Coke and Coca-Cola. Yep. They don't want to let they'll deny. No, we didn't. Motherfuckers. It was part of the name.
Yeah, right.
People know.
Yeah, right.
That was back when solve any problem. You just need a little cocaine.
Yeah.
So, you have a cold? Take some cocaine.
Most people don't know.
Oh, you got pain? Take some cocaine. Yeah. Literally, guys. This sounds crazy today, but back in the early 1900s, that was a very, very common. It was sold at medicine shops over the counter like cold medicine.
Well, that's why heroin's named heroin, is because that was a big time drug.
And people are like, that. It worked. I'm like, well, it made you feel good.
Yeah.
I mean, even
feel good. That's for sure.
Not today, but
don't do drugs.
When I was young, when the babies were crying, Grandma would always tell you to rub some rum or some bourbon on there.
Oh, that was a very common one.
Yeah.
Or you want them to really fucking shut up. You put the little cough syrup on. They're like, shut the guy. What are we doing to our kids? They put cough syrup on the fucking pasties. I guarantee that happened to me as a kid. I know my grandpa definitely did the booze one. That's probably why I could handle so much.
A lot.
That's probably
why. Let me get you started.
Yeah, dude, the things they used to do back in those days, you look at it today, no, Absolutely not. That is really bad for the baby. No one gave a shit back then. Just shut you the fuck up. They just wanted to stop babies from crying. Oh my God, dude, it's crazy back then. Like, I remember my very first time going to a Catholic school, because I went to like first grade at a elementary school, and then second grade. This is back in the 90s. They still could hit you with the fucking rulers.
Yeah.
Fucking nun walked in. I told her, "Who the fuck are you?" Whack! What the fuck? Do my parents know you're beating me? Tell my dad. He's like, "Oh, they still do that." Yeah, that happened to me a lot. I'm like, why am I not surprised it happened to you a lot, Dad? Anyways, it was like 2 years later they started saying, "Now, okay, we can't be beating kids at school anymore." You know. Maybe that policy should still be around. You know what? I'd be okay if they whap my kids in the hand for not listening. I'm cool with it. Don't break your fingers though. Let's not have that happen. I don't want that. You know, don't just like, you know, this the one time it happened to me, she fucking full sent that shit. The full fucking wind up with the giant yardstick and just wham. I'm like, Jesus Christ, got some aggression.
And if you would have said that, you would have got hit twice as hard.
Yeah, it would have probably been
You're using the Lord's name in vain.
Yeah, we would have got the fucking paddle out or some shit. You know? Dude, it's crazy back then. It was even worse in like the 80s and 70s and 60s and 50s. Like, they used to go nuts. And parents were all cool with it.
My oldest brother went to Catholic school, and I remember watching him get spanked with a wooden paddle, and I was pointing and laughing at him. And the principal looked right at me like, "You're next." And I'm like, "I'm not even in school. I'm not even old enough to be in school yet." But he gave that.
He's like,
"Keep it up. You're next."
when you get to this,
he's all 2 years old. It's just a baby reacting.
You haven't even done anything yet. I just remember you laughing. You're getting
yeah.
Oh yeah,
good old days.
It's called discipline. Yeah, there's just a lot of different ways to do it. There's always some things out there to say, "Oh, that kind of punishment works." It's one of those things where it might work for some kids. It doesn't work for all kids. Obviously, if you're someone that repeatedly had it done to you for like a decade plus in school, it really wasn't working. You know, like it didn't really change anything. But it's understandable why they got rid of some of that stuff. Letting teachers just beat your kids. Yeah, it's a little much. Especially when they get the paddle out. Dude, you could do some damage with that fucking thing.
Yeah. We were bad. We would laugh when we get beat.
A lot of people would laugh. It was one way to deal with pain too. You'd laugh because it does fucking hurt, but like it's more fun if I laugh and cry.
You know what's funny though? When I was a little
kid,
even
harder. It's like
when I was a little kid, I got spanked. But there were times where like I had the choice between like a bad like a timeout or a spanking, and I always chose the spanking because
timeout.
I knew that it was one and done, and then I got to go back to playing NES or Super Nintendo. Whereas if I had the timeout, I wouldn't get to play video games. So I always chose the spanking.
Yeah. I had a similar thing. Like, well, I'll spank you so much that you can't sit. I'm like, I'll stand and play. It's fine.
Yeah, that's not how it works for us.
Yeah,
you got the option, but you got whooped and still got the other one. Like, I asked to be whooped so I could do stuff. Yeah, but I knew you did. So now you get that too.
What did you choose? Yeah, whatever you choose, it's wrong. It's a trick question. There is no right choice.
Right.
You just say whatever you feel like doing, Dad. Yeah, you're never gonna say that. You're always gonna choose, and it's wrong.
Well, my mom used to have this thing. It's funny, short story. Funny because we knew when we were in trouble because she would enter the house. She wouldn't say anything, and you would just hear the tinkling of like the belt buckle. Like,
oh God.
That's how you knew. It was like, oh no, we gotta hide. Everybody hide. Scramble.
Yeah.
Dude, belts were terrifying back then, I gotta say. I've never been so scared of a piece of apparel before.
I got it once from my grandpa because I refused to take my hat off in his house. And
classic.
Classic
it is, yeah.
Inside. Can't wear it inside, only outside. And I'm like, nah, man, there's a Bucks game today. Take it off. No, I'm not gonna take it off. Take it off. Starts undoing the belt. I'm like, you ain't gonna. Don't.
Yeah.
Dude, my parents are right. You ain't gonna do anything.
Right.
Nope. They didn't even stop him. It is what it is. Never wore a hat in that man's house again.
They would have got it too, to be honest.
Yeah, to be fair,
right.
my mom were probably both afraid if they would have stepped in. You know, bring back. Oh, you want a piece too?
Right.
You want to bring back the memories?
Remember
Now,
this?
remind that I'm never too old to kick your ass. So that's my dad tells me. You know, no matter what, he's got one last beating for me if I need it. And I'm like, well, hopefully, I probably needed it a while ago, but you just don't know. So let's hope you never find out.
I remember running for my life one time from like a bad spanking, like just running as fast as I could and doing the look back. And every time I look back, the parent's closer. And it's just like the heart's pounding, and you just feel your impending doom as a child.
Fuck, I'm so fucked. I cannot outrun that.
That happened to me a lot, but I outran the shit out of them, like no problem, like booked it.
Yeah. I outran him, and then my dad just started getting smart and being like, "That's fine, you run. I'll grab the bike."
Oh wow.
He's like, work harder, not smarter. Like I'm just gonna you sit there and sprint. I will find a way to catch you.
I would sprint and then go hide though. Like I'd start jumping neighbors' fences.
Oh yeah,
like kid did.
Oh
yeah. Like
I was a late bloomer, so I was really small for a long time before I finally had my growth spurt. So like I had the short legs. I was like half the size of everyone else my age, and there was just no way I was not getting away. I felt like I was in Jurassic Park.
Remember, you're hearing you want something to cry about. Oh, I heard that a lot.
So
you cry about something stupid like yeah, I stubbed my toe. You want something to cry about? I'm done crying.
Yeah,
I'm
so
done. Good.
I had grandparents that came from the South. And so they had what is called a switch tree. And if anybody knows what a switch tree is, it is a tree that is only solely there for switches.
Yes.
And
we're not talking about the Nintendo kind, guys.
Get right.
No. And they would tell you to go pull off a branch from that switch tree.
You go ahead and pick it out.
And you always, and in your young mind, you're like, I'm going to get the smallest one because that one is gonna save my hide until they whip it Mach 10,000, and they go and catches you so fast, and you're like, where did my skin go?
You hear the whistle in the air. You hear the whistle.
In the air, yeah.
Guys, and I just gotta say, we just got another new podcast idea: the Spank Cast.
Oh my God! So now we got the Spank Cast, we got the Candy Cast. What's gonna be next? I don't even know.
We're building an empire, my friend.
And it all started with the Nintenbyte Podcast. All right, guys, we're gonna wrap things up there. This has been a lot of fun, obviously. And I guess next week we'll all be dabbling in a little candy during our topics. Although Stash apparently just does it all the time. Fuck you for eating your airheads. That being said, let's go around the room and let people know what we got going on and where they can find us. Let's start off with our lone guest we have left. Although shout out to Sunbro Nation. You guys should absolutely go check him out. Deacon Sandstorm McDowell.
Yo. So Deacon Sandstorm McDowell's, ladies and gentlemen. You can find me at the Sandstorm Show Rebirth on YouTube as well. You can find me at Deacon Sandstorm McDowell on Twitter. And actually, I'll throw that out for my Instagram as well, too. So we have a giveaway going out for the Switch 2. We will be drawing for the winner June 5th. And I was so lucky, and I love my mom so much because she was one who was able to get me another one. So, yes. So, in all my terrible times, mom came through on top. So, but yes, definitely check us out. We're there Saturdays at 7 o'clock. We're on the Winging It Podcast at 7 o'clock on Sundays. And on the Joe Podcast at 7 o'clock on Mondays. So, you got the whole weekend to deal with us. And other than that, I think that's all I got. Thank you guys so much for having me again.
All right, Mr. Spice Lord.
To Parental Advisory Cast.
It's a good name, right?
That is a
good
great
name.
name. Matt Weeks, thank you. Yeah, I'm here and on the Clips channel.
All right. Gamebird Classic.
Sup? Yeah, you guys can find me here on YouTube at Gamebird Classic, as well as on Twitter at _Birdmaster. If you like Nintendo content, check me out. If you like a little bit of laughter, check me out as well. And I hope you all love what I got cooking for this podcast.
The undertake for this podcast is Sweets and Beats.
Sweets and
Yeah,
beats.
Yeah, I love it.
I like that.
Beats is like music or whatever. It is no.
It's not that.
We're just recalling ass beatings that we got over the years.
But I deserved every single one, so it's all good. But goddamn. Thunderstad.
Yep. You find me on YouTube at Thunderstash Gaming, everywhere else as well. Same. What I got going on. So I just posted a video. I think it was Monday for Figgies. New video game collectible from the creator of First Four Figures, which we talked about earlier. They got a lot of really cool IPs. I pulled a really cool gold Banjo-Kazooie. So I got Castlevania, Persona, so many other ones, Sonic the Hedgehog. Check it out. It's very interesting. I think it's really cool. I have my projector review. It's done. It's uploaded. It's scheduled. And I have another video scheduled. So I have a few videos finally coming out, and I can finally should be getting done with Assassin's Creed now soon. Finally. Getting everything done to be prepared for Switch 2. Paving the way for it.
All right. I guess that leaves me. I am Nintendo Prime. I talk about Nintendo news every single day. Usually Switch 2 news, but any Nintendo news really, if it's relevant. The biggest stories, sometimes some small stories as well. We gather them all up. Some days we get multiple videos up, but you guys know what's up. The thing I'm most proud of course, is the Nintenbyte Podcast that we host every single Wednesday at 8 p.m. Central Time. And, we're trying to grow an empire here. The Sweets and Beats podcast coming up next. So stay tuned for that one. But no, you guys, I hope you guys really enjoy the show. We're trying to build something special here. And look, we've been told several times, apparently people like the longer show, maybe because we're one of the older ones doing it. I don't know, but hope you guys are loving it. I don't even know who our guests are next week, or I would shout them out quick, but I don't actually have the list up. So whatever.
We have Mike Odyssey. That's one of them, I think. I might be making that up.
Yeah, you're probably making it up. Look, now that I said it, I feel bad if I don't actually say who the guests are. So let me load it up quick over here. The guest list.
I got it. You got it?
You can go to Dash. Go for it.
Michael Odyssey. And none other than Lando. Nintendo Land, Lando.
Nintendo Land coming on. Lando
Calrissian.
Yeah, baby.
Heck yeah.
Dude, you know what's funny? One of us should dress up as cosplay when he comes on as Lando. That'd be hilarious.
Right?
He'd probably be like, "Fuck you." Then you got to do it when the intro's playing, so he doesn't see it.
Right?
Yeah.
When the intro's playing, you put it all on, and then he fucking comes on. What the fuck?
That'd be great.
That'd be great. All right, guys. Well, we'll be back same time next week. Clips channel is gonna start getting a bunch of videos out with the travel and everything going. I just haven't really been putting out clips. Eric got a bunch of them done and ready to go. I just have to get them up. So, over you guys. If you think the podcast is too long, that's where you go and just get the individual topics over there. It might be an hour long topic, might be an hour and a half long topic, but then you can just say it's like watching one podcast. So there you go. So go check that out. You can hear our podcast everywhere podcasts are heard. We upload to Spotify, which sends it all up to everything. And Spotify finally updated their list, so I can actually see where all the views are coming from. Big shout out to our audio listeners. We're consistently getting over 500 audio listeners every week, which is awesome. It's continuing to grow. I wouldn't be surprised if we're at 1,000 by the end of the year, the way that it's growing right now. So I'm really happy to see that on the audio end, because again, the show is more entertaining than the video side, but it also eats up a lot of bandwidth. And when you're at work, you can't really watch videos. right? You're going to put in those earbuds and you're going to do your job. So I really appreciate our audio listeners. I know you love these long shows. Love them. And shout out to everyone who bumped into us in PAX East and had talked about the podcast. Right. It was a lot. Yeah. A lot of people talked about the podcast before they talked about my channel, which is crazy. Might have been because we were wearing podcast shirts.
I mean,
that might have played a role. but setting that aside, they literally were like, "Dude, we love the podcast. It's like a Stash and Game Bird here." I'm like, "No, they're not." But let them know that we love them. I'm like, "Fuck
we aim to disappoint."
Like, you know, we aim to disappoint. Yeah.
Yep.
See, we aim to disappoint. See, if they were there, you would have just been even more disappointed what they're like.
Yeah.
So, but no, shout out to everyone at PAX East who came up to us, not just about my channel, but really about this show. I was actually taken back by how many people were bringing up the podcast and how much they love the podcast and how much it helps them through work. And they were really like,
insane.
They were geeking out. Like, we're talking like, this is like mega fans, man. This show is like, I don't know. It's almost like a mini religion to them every week. It's crazy how much they love this show. So thank you guys for that love and support. I want to let you know the whole crew got the message. We delivered it. You know, we were letting them know what you guys were saying because this is our show. Obviously, we can't let all the guests know, but hey, Sandstorm.
Appreciate it.
There you go. You made part of it today. So I appreciate all of our guests and appreciate all of our viewers because without you guys, this show is nothing but just four guys in a basement talking shit. And no one giving a shit as we rank our favorite candies. Fuck Nintendo. Fuck Switch 2. It's all about candy. All right, guys. We'll catch you same time next week. Peace out, everyone.
Good night.